Good morning, everybody. So sorry that we're starting just a little bit late. You can imagine it's good weather in Dublin, and trying to get everybody into a room early in the morning is a little bit difficult, especially after, I suspect, a bit of a night before. You're very welcome to day 2 of the FilmEU Summit. We've got 2 keynotes this morning, followed by 3 roundtables. So we'll have 2 keynotes and then there will be a short break. I'm hoping it will be a short break, or I'll be kind of haranguing people back. But the first keynote is Professor Patrick Brereton. He's an author and an academic at Dublin City University. He studies and teaches film, including a particular focus on the treatment of environmental issues. He's co-director of the Climate and Society Research Centre at Dublin City University and a member of the School of Communications. He's a director of Screen Greening, which facilitates the leasing of the Albert carbon calculator from the UK, which is currently being used by television and film production here in Ireland. His most recent book, which I left over there, and I wanted to give a great old plug to, thanks, Steve. Essential Concepts of Environmental Communication, there we go, has just been released, and certainly for IADT staff and students, there's physical copies, and indeed there's kind of unlimited ebooks available in the library, so I do suggest you go and have a look at that. It's just been published, and we're really excited to have Pat here this morning with us. So without further ado, I'll introduce Pat.
Hi, good to see you all. Right. So it's great to be here in IADT. I was here last night. I saw some of I saw one of the films, and I sort of had a lovely meal last night. We had a great meal out in Dunleary. So it's good to be back into IADT. As I say, as Barry was saying, I'm a sort of an old hand at environmental communication. That's my bag of tricks. I'm a film scholar. I'm interested in all types of media and how media communicates across different sort of avenues and different sort of ways of media. I need to put on my glasses. I can't see. So I continue to focus on research on greening media and literacy. Sort of my last couple of books was an environmental literacy. I've written about smart cinema. I've written about a range of different sort of areas and a range of different things. And I'm always looking for ways to improve our communication strategies. In DCU, I'm from the School of Communications, so we're broadly interested in how to communicate environmental issues. So it was even noted on one of the slides last night, keep it simple is the key thing in my new book that everything is about, is how to make communications as simple as possible without over-egging it. And linking communications and media literacy with environmental literacy is what really sort of drives my sort of area of interest. I teach modules, as Barry was saying. I'm teaching on a master's in environmental communication. So I teach modules on film and media. And since my PhD back in 2005, I have a book called Hollywood Utopia, where I write a lot about sort of how Hollywood can be seen as greening the media, even though Hollywood is obviously the bad egg in lots of ways. It certainly can, in some ways, help us to sort of see how to green ideas as well. So, and I'll talk a bit about that now I'm in mic'd again. The other term that you guys are going to be are very interested in is sustainability. As I was saying to a colleague earlier, sustainability is the most abused concept on the planet at the moment. Everyone is using sustainability. We all want to be sustainable, but it can mean so many different things depending on where you're coming from. I try to link it to environmental sustainability, so how to marry the two. Sustainability can be just about reducing costs. Businesses are really into sustainability. So how do we sort of make sustainability important from a student perspective? How do we sort of engage and make students making films? How do they see sustainability as a core concept? So that's something that I'm sort of particularly exercised in, and again, love to hear questions and discuss where you're coming from on that. And with environmental communication, we're very particularly interested in behavioral analysis, because we want to see what audiences are feeling and how to engage audiences. it's easy to speak to the converted. It's easy to speak to environmentalists. I mean, Greens speaking to Greens is not necessarily of benefit. It's trying to connect with other people, with all the stakeholders, as we say, in society. That's the really challenging thing that needs to be done, and how to engage in that in different ways. Sorry, to tab on, it's usually...
So you just need to be pressed there and try it now.
Yeah, lovely. So as Barry was saying, the Screen Greening is a sort of an organisation that I helped set up, and it's about, as Barry was saying, trying to bring all our media production companies, from television to film, to all the audiovisual media, to try and build a sustainability coalition. So I've been involved in this for the last 3 or 4 years now. We're having a meeting today at 2 o'clock on this as well. We have links with sort of Albert College. So this Irish coalition is trying to promote sustainable filmmaking. And you guys in IADT, as part of this network, is also trying to get involved in this. We need students to make sustainable productions. We need to engage in different ways, and there's no panacea or no easy fixed method of doing this. There's so many variables. It's not just the plastic cups, it's not just generators, it's not just film stock, it's not just travel, it's multiple layered and multiple sort of things. But we need students to engage in this, and we need filmmakers to connect with this, and we all need to sort of connect in varying ways that we can. And they're the sort of the real tensions that sort of we need to look at and sort of connect with. The Albert calculator, as I was saying to my colleague from earlier, that you know, that this is the one we have adopted, and we take it from the BBC, and from it's a sort of it's a calculator that's quite easy to use, they claim. So all we buy it, we rent it each year. We sort of have a license with Albert. So we're using it for, RTE is using it, TG Cahar is using it, Virgin is using it, film companies are using it. And it looks like that the funders in Ireland are going to make it mandated that you have to use it if you're making a production. So we would like, and we would expect in the future in film production, that students learn how to use a calculator, learn how to reduce their carbon footprint in their productions, and find ways of actually engaging with sort of this agenda that's so important for our planet and for the future of our planet. So it's quite a big thing. This is just one calculator, but there are lots of others. As I was saying earlier, there's several in Europe. I think there's 3 in Italy. There's different sort of models, but we need, as we were saying, we need a standard. We need some way of doing our business in a sort of a more general way. What are the best practice objectives of green production? Again, if I was to summarize them. So how do we get buy-in for sustainable film practicing? So in other words, when you're working on a student production, are you just going to assign one person to be the sustainability person? Is that the best way to go? And it tends to be the way that most sustainability projects work now. So how to marry and work with different film crews, funding broadcasters, as I said before, by understanding a baseline scoping study of the media industry. So what we want to do in Ireland, and we need to do that across the area, is to try and get a baseline study of what is the footprint for a film production, what is the standard footprint for a TV production, for an hour production, and there's studies being done on this. And then how do we reduce that? How do we deal with that into the future? So we need to assess the level of expertise across different media areas, disciplines, across skill, crew guilds and others, as well as where new routes into training and green adaptation can be encouraged. And it starts with education. It starts with film students learning the practice of what makes good productions, and filtering that into, when you move into the industry, that you sort of use that best practice and people learn from that. So we need champions. We need people to actually fight this fight and find ways of actually encouraging the industry to become more sustainable and more green. We need to leverage existing media industry collaboration to help embed a holistic and collective approach to reducing carbon emissions across the growing industrial sector. So obviously it's not just in media, but all industries need to find ways of doing this, find ways of reducing their footprint. Assessing what areas of production need to be worked on to stimulate additional buy-in from the broader production industry in order to fully commit the sector to sustainable film-making practices. Again, people would pay lip service that they are involved in sustainable film production, and then you see the film production and it's really not really doing. It's doing some sort of, we worry about greenwashing, which is obviously a big agenda that sort of, and this happens in our sort of area of climate change communications. It's a huge area that businesses just want to look good, to seem that they're greening their productions or their sort of industries. The film industry also can be accused of that. So how do we sort of get beyond the sort of just the light, the illusion that we're sort of all doing the right thing when we're not really? So trying to leverage key champions, we need to get, everyone needs to be involved in this, and how do we promote the right messaging? And the right messaging is really important, but there is a problem with environmental communication that it has become in some ways like the new religion. We preach and people have to listen, and that's very dangerous because that sets up a very them and us scenario that we know what's the right thing. It has to be, the buzzword is co-creation. We have to find ways of working with people who maybe do not see the green agenda and how to sort of manage that and how to see the long-term engagement. And that's a challenge that's becoming quite important across major areas of business and media, including art media. So some research that I'm involved in and others in our area is looking at audience research to try and understand what are the triggers, what are the cues that actually promote a green agenda? How do we get behavioral change? How do we get the general public to sort of become more sustainable or more green? And film and media has a huge role to play in that. Going back to my first book, I'm looking at media for the last 20 years to see where is the green agenda being promoted or how can we promote that. So more attention is now afforded than ever to how green content is being driven by audience reaction and viewing numbers. So that begs the question about what is green content? What is environmental content? Is it showing images of people recycling? Is it showing sort of wind farms? Is it showing sort of good practice? Or can it be sort of general thing? Any food film or any food documentary is about environmental issues because it's raising huge issues about what's sustainable in food production, etc. So I would tend to argue that there's very few issues that do not have an environmental agenda. So the media is always going to be involved in sort of some environmental issues in their content as well as in their production methods. So we need to produce scientific-based metrics and data sets of audience supports for both greening production methods as well as greening content across all aspects of environmental sustainability. And that's a huge challenge. For instance, we would use surveys and looking at sort of if you as students could sort of talk to your colleagues or talk to people who've seen your film and say, do they get the green message? In the last couple of months, we've done an EU project we hope to get funded next year, which is looking at sort of greening European productions and trying to use that as a badge of competitive advantage. That sort of could European projects and European media have a competitive advantage vis-a-vis, dare I say, Hollywood? Or dare I say other sort of film production companies that could use this as an area of development. So that's just some of the advantages that we would argue on that. I'm just looking at the time and I need to hurry up. So the big agenda that I'm interested in is what can we do? What can film scholars do? Is there a way that art speaks to mass media? I mean, this is 101 media studies stuff. But from an environmental agenda, it's particularly important. Is there something that media can do to actually stimulate or, as I say, cue audiences? So the power of film and audiovisual media to speak to climate change is something that I'm passionately committed in, as is a lot of environmental communicators, and how stories can be effectively told to create this narrative, linking with sort of, we talk about cognitive and emotional engagement. The big argument is in that film is a very emotional experience. It connects with people beyond the rational. There's always been an argument that scientists just need to tell us that climate change is happening and we all buy into it. No, we don't, because most of us are not very rational. Most of us are emotional beings. We sort of tend to connect with sort of different areas. So a key thing that I'm interested in is this notion of creative imaginaries, reusing new ways of telling stories, going beyond the just seeing the ice cap flows or the smog or the smoke or the sort of the general conventional sort of images. And you students have to come up with new ways of telling stories that will excite audiences and connect with them and make them change their behavior. So you can't preach. That's, I think, a really worrying sort of message. Hollywood Utopia, as I said, is one of my first book, was my PhD, and that was really about trying to see how mainstream film can still be read as an environmental subtext. And some people will argue against that. Only art cinema can do that. I would argue that all cinema can have a sort of an agenda going on. And I won't stay too long. So greening the cinema is something I'm particularly interested in. Can we sort of look at, from both a content and from a making of, can we sort of link different ways of greening cinema? So for a better understanding of how media communicates, how to connect with different people's attitudes, identification of various types of green audiences. Can you, when you're making a film, can you typify your audience? Can you see what are the triggers, what are the ways that you can connect with different audiences? Audience research needs to become, we keep talking about in audience research, we need active audiences. And students are very active, engaging in their making of films, so they need to sort of try and encourage audiences not to be passive, not to just accept things, not to be sort of engage with things in a very passive way, that can be very problematic. So I'm linking a key debate that we have, and I'll talk about this in the chat because I'm running out of time, is we're trying to link, I would try to link media literacy with environmental literacy. So how you marry the two. Are they interconnected? Can we see the correlation that, you know, we all know about fake news, we all know about debates around media literacy, that we need people who are more attuned to seeing how messages are creating images and creating effects, that environmental literacy is similar to sort of engagement. We need to sort of see beyond greenwashing. We need to understand what are the messages that are being promoted. So some of the topics that I cover in this new book include debates around human population control, which is a really taboo subject for most of us. But there's a great film called Downsizing. Well, it's a crappy movie, but it's great in some ways, Matt Damon. But how big narratives can deal with very controversial subjects. Another great film, if you haven't seen it, is First Reformed. If you're interested in faith communities or how spirituality can be used to promote an environmental agenda, that is a stunning Paul Schrader film that's not easy going, but well worth watching. Another classic, obviously, The Saint himself, David Attenborough. I mean, my God, the stuff that he's done in his 90s puts us all to shame. His Netflix classic 2020, A Life on Our Planet, is stunning if you haven't seen it. It's sort of so good, it's unbelievable. So how to create creative imaginaries, and I think I'll leave it at that, just talking mainly about, these are the sort of the documentaries that I've, in the book that I have just out, I've sort of looked at films including 2040, which is probably one of the most uplifting environmental documentaries I've ever seen. It's addressing a youth culture, but it's really good if you haven't seen it. A Hidden Life, Terrence Malick, I'm a Malick fan, some of you may know him. A Life on Our Planet, I mentioned, Blackfish, Brokeback Mountain, how gender and ethnicity can be used from environmental issues. We need to find ways to marry gender, race, class, and other issues with environmental issues. Environmental issues, unfortunately, has been read as a very white middle-class agenda, and we need to break that agenda. That is very dangerous in the current world. We need to find ways of linking climate justice and sustainability across varying different things. Other films you might have seen, Downsizing, as I said, Fern Gully, First Reformed. So these are films that I've analysed in this book. Happy as Lazaro is a great movie you haven't seen. Kiss the Ground on documentaries. Leave No Trace, another brilliant film. Ozark, any Ozark fans in the thing? My God, it's so good. That woman in Ozark is just stunning. Planet of the Humans, a very controversial documentary by Moore. Snowpiercer, Star Wars, I even use Social Dilemma. So I'm trying to mix and match across television, film, and trying to find different ways of where environmentalism can be sort of read in sort of different ways. I had a reading of Don't Look Up, which Barry and I talked about, but Don't Look Up, environmentalists and film scholars feel it's very indulgent, very over the top, far too complicated, but scientists love it, environmentalists love it because they feel it preaches to an agenda that really needs to be spoken out. So I've just done an analysis of different reviews and how different sort of people have read it, but I'll sort of give that a miss and I'll stop it there. Thank you very much.
That's brilliant, Pat. Thanks so much. Let's talk about Don't Look Up before we go out to the audience, because it's an interesting one. We were having a chat about it earlier, and I didn't hate the film, but I thought it was really indulgent and really, really long. Do you agree with that? Do you disagree with that? What's its problems? What's good? What's bad?
I mean, I just did an analysis of where I looked at the reviewers, and the reviewers loved it, and some found fault with it, and the critical reviewers were very much saying it was too preachy and too indulgent, as you were saying. And indulgent is a sort of a term of abuse, and I mean, some of my best art house movies are very indulgent, and I love them for being indulgent. So when does indulgence become, but it's also, as a film scholar, I have to keep saying that audiences make the decision about a film. I as a film scholar, have to defer to what people think. So you have different audiences that engage in films in different, and if they like it, I want to hear why they like it and what their pleasures are and whatever. So I'm very interested in marrying textual analysis with audience reception studies to try and see, well, where there's no fixed reading of a text. It's always going to be contingent on where audiences are coming from and what they're getting at. So for non-film scholars or non-environmental scholars, Don't Look Up seemed to have hit a certain nerve that sort of connected with it. Maybe it was just because it came out in Christmas, COVID was still on, it just became a fun piece that it became a Twitter sphere type sort of thing. So it didn't do much for me, but I'm not the audience, so I think so I would try and stay on the fence by arguing that.
It's funny, I think sometimes I'm speaking personally, like, so the issue is so huge, we were talking a little bit about this earlier, that for me personally, it's kind of like, how do you even start at that? And then it's easy to be told that it's like, eat your veg. Yeah. Eat your veg, everybody knows that you should eat your veg, you should eat it all the time, but then we go to McDonald's and we scoff a burger. How to kind of, and I think this is really interesting in your talk that you were talking in terms of students making films and the films of the future, about how they might not feel like eating your veg, but still have an interesting.
Yeah, I think that is a problem, and it's getting a way to tell a story that's not going to be preachy, and you can get across about vegetarianism from a very interesting way, rather than just being holier than thou and whatever. How do you get that across, and how do you make something interesting for an audience? I mean, I've written a lot about farming, and I come from a farming background, and obviously farming in Ireland is a really contentious issue. So how do we deal with the tensions between the field, which is absolutely psychotic celebration of ownership of land and whatever, versus the sustainability model? That's very hard to deal with when you have people that are on one side of the fence that feel they're being abused and they're not making enough money on the farm, and yet we're saying we have to sort of move it into a different sphere. And the same with, in all areas. So sometimes you need a commercialization that some people who are not into farming can speak better about farming than Clarkson's farm. If you haven't seen that, it's stunning. And he's a total dickhead, and that's a technical term, with regards to environmental issues. He just takes the piss out of environmentalists. But as a documentary and as a series, it works because he actually learns how hard it is and even though he owns this huge pile of, he can be very critical of it, but yet as entertainment and as engaging, it sort of works. So I think there's always this tension between popularizing culture and seeing it being objective and then seeing how to connect with audiences in different ways. And you need to hit different registers. And film students know this, that they know what trying to get a story to really work and speak to an audience is key. And for environmentalism, it's more key, I would argue, across those issues.
This is a dangerous question I'm going to ask, and then I'll throw it open to the audience. But you've been at this for a few years, but before a lot of other people. Do you think change is afoot? Do you think there's actually change?
I tend to be an optimist, which is a very dangerous thing to have, but it's got worse and worse and worse. So it's like, God, what do we need to do? Like, what are the pivot points? There's an argument that's often made that during COVID, we were able to make a transformational change very quickly, and behavioral change is always the big challenge. So the argument after COVID was we were supposed to try and build back better, and the EU were pushing this, and the Green New Deal is all about sort of trying to sort of transformational change. And yet it doesn't really happen, and yet we have a horrendous war at the moment. So the war narrative does work. And yet if we use the war narrative for climate change, unfortunately we're the enemy. So how do we sort of play that narrative? It's easy when you have COVID, it's a simple message, you just know what to do. But with climate change, it's really complicated, it involves everything. And the tension tends to be between sort of green growth and degrowth, if I was to typify it. So green growth is we can keep capitalism, we can keep consumption, but we just need to change it. The degrowthers, who tend to be the hard Marxist type, sort of whatever, and I'm pivoting between the two, would say, look, we have to stop everything and change the whole system, otherwise we won't make it in time. So that tension remains very prevalent at the moment, and I think it's trying to get that balance right. And in film production, there needs to be radical changes in the film production and in content, and more people need to make more. Climate change should be on the agenda of every TV station all the time. It's not because they're doing audience research and their audience are saying, we're bored by this, or, they lose interest. It's like with the war at the moment. But audiences, the fact that you're bored with something doesn't mean it's not important. So how to keep that message going? So that's why I'm exercised by film students, because I think there'll be new creative imaginaries made that will really pivot and make the transformation, help us to see the importance of this without sort of, and there'll be some very spiritual type things, there'll be some very poetic type evocations, there'll be some really imaginative. So the power of media is absolutely mind-blowing when it's used well. So I would put the onus that we just need to create more effective media that will help us to see the sort of thing. So I'm trying to be optimistic, but it's not looking good.
Okay. With that, I'll throw it open to the audience. Are there any questions? Yeah, there, Dahi.
Thanks very much. Returning to the earlier part of your talk, alongside the very detailed work that you've discussed around production and awareness, there's the parallel and wider debate on data centers and on the impact, including energy consumption and so on, which is not specific to the screen industries, but I can imagine, particularly in light of your work and your interests, those debates might intersect. So I'd be really interested in your take on how that discussion around resource use and consumption might affect the choices that would be made by by Screen Industries in relation to data and digitization. I suspect it links to the growth versus degrowth argument that you were just alluding, but I'm really interested in where you might approach that discussion. Thanks very much.
I was trying to get a project off the ground with a colleague from Denmark, was it? When we lost our data center, remember when we had one that were going to be built down in Mayo, and we got really pissed off because we lost it to Denmark. And they got pissed off when they got theirs, and then it went up to Finland. And so they'd be moving around to find temperate zones and whatever. So there's been a huge, I would be very critical of the data centers and their but again, we're complicit in that we have so much data that we produce that's not really, doesn't need to be kept. I heard Philip Boucher-Hayes on recently that there was a criticism of we were really being hammered because of Netflix, that because streaming movies was taking up so much data stream, and that's been critiqued ever since. But I don't think there's any getting away from data centres is a huge pressure on Ireland Inc., because they're going to take over so much of the electricity capacity, but we've had to pivot towards a digital scenario with COVID. We've had to, but yet we give the illusion that digital is cleaner than analog, and that's suspect. It's totally wrong. I see a very shaking head there. So it's very hard to know, and where film fits into that, and where the production, and we have huge, our students, we all use so much data. It's becoming a real issue. So I think it is going to feed into the debate. But again, where I wish I had answers.
Any other questions? Over there, run on.
Yeah, the data centers thing is mad, having to keep copies of Netflix in different territories just so you can have on-the-spot streaming. I'm just wondering about, in terms of forms of storytelling, have you noticed in your research that it's influencing how producers, directors are actually thinking about how they're going to make content? Or is it too early to tell? I mean, with all these calculators, I'm just wondering, is it having that impact downstream where a producer or director is saying, okay, we won't go to such and such a place, we'll go to such and such a place because of, or is it even, are we just seeing a future of just video walls and lots of Mandalorians?
Yeah, I think it may be a bit too early, but as I talk to my colleagues in Europe, there's a tension that always sees that student video is never going to be a problem because we're not going to be making big, so you have the student video versus the art house versus the mainstream, and then the Hollywood, the big blockbuster, who are going to be used too much and use truckloads of wasted. So I think it's on every scale it can feed into it, and I would like to think that we sort of can get new imaginaries. We talked about last night on Colleen Coon. I would see that as a brilliant environmental sort of narrative because it's dealing with. So I think the storylines will very much, because it's in the DNA of new generational students, that they are sort of thinking of this. It's part of the storyline that's going to be sort of very explicit rather than implicit, where a lot of films that I've been looking at have been implicit environmental, but they will become more explicit and more nuanced and more sophisticated, I would hope. But I think the funding agencies need to have a role to play, that there needs to be pushing, not just for the carbon calculator, but pushing for themes and pushing for funding of stories that will actually promote an environmental agenda and actually, as I say, make this pivot, make this cueing a different narrative, a different type of storytelling. So I would like to see much more of that. And I've been pushing even for our students to make documentaries and whatever, using the environmental agenda. And I think it just needs small funding to try and push that as give it as a competition, as a team. And it can be a way to sort of get people to sort of make those transformational changes rather than the usual blockbuster, empty vehicle narratives that we're so used to. And I mean, come on, sequel after sequel of mine. How many more Marvel can we bloody make? So when is it going to end? Need more storylines, need more original storylines that are interesting. But yet, there'll always be the Marvels. There'll always be the sort of whatever.
Bernard, just hang on for the mic because nobody at home can hear.
Pat, does that run counter then to, say, particularly Irish government policy and Irish funding policy, where they're they're out attracting the large blockbusters. Probably one of your favourites, Star Wars down the west coast, Vikings and Tudors, not too far from here in Wicklow.
There's a real tension there, Bernard, and I think we're an open economy, so we're always open for business. We're always trying to attract. So how to get the ecology of small production up to the big production, and obviously we need it's good to have we need employment. So the big productions do give employment, but there needs to be payback. There needs to be much more payback and much more sort of connections across the whole. And government needs to be very clear on where funding, that they're not just giving easy tax breaks to the big productions that are not really adding to the sort of, it's not of any benefit. They're making so much stuff. So I would agree. I think hard decisions need to be made on what they're producing and what they're funding and what tax breaks are being given. And Irish government need to step up to sort of, if they're espousing a green agenda and that Ireland is a green country and we want to, you know, we're promoting that, we need to push the sort of trying to be more astute in making sort of green productions as well. But it's no easy challenge because we all want the open economy benefits.
And we will hear from Screen Ireland a little bit later on.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Yeah, Deirdre down the front.
Hi, this is probably a bit of a weird question, but is this the end travel shows? Do you know, as soon as you put in like a couple of flights in there, surely your green Albert calculator, and it's something we talk a lot in FilmEU because we're doing a lot of mobility, is about how do you offset the flights or the payback?
It's a huge challenge. In education, we're having a big discussions at the moment around how to network for scholars who need to be on networks because they need to sort of go to conferences. I've been in conferences where there have been 15, 200, 2,000 people and you do 15 minutes and that's it. I mean, like sustainability or what? So that's in education. So the challenge seems to be that maybe we need to have less travel, you know, to try and build back better a little bit. Can we not keep the online, the Zoom, isn't that being benefit? So for travel for films and how to reduce it and offset it, it's a huge challenge with big productions. So what some of the scenarios that are often suggested are local crews for films. So if you are shooting in Ireland, you should use local crews. If you're doing some sort of networking, is there ways you can reduce and just have one initial meeting for that project that I mentioned that we're put in funding for? Again, funding includes travel to go to Europe. So I've said, well, can we just not meet once and then meet online? So can we at least reduce the number of meetings and just meet when it's absolutely, you know, for some people it's needed more than others. But like, you know, we do travel too much, and we all know because of Dublin Airport at the moment, everyone is sort of trying to get back to it's back to normality, whatever normality is. So how do we reduce travel without making it feel like I mean, I have this notion of how to make frugality sexy. So how do we make non-consumption is a huge challenge because we all consume. So in other words, travel is part of consumption. We all want to travel. We all want to go on holidays. We all want to get away from, we've had a hard time. So it's in our DNA almost. And yet there's huge inequalities that some people can't travel. So how do we sort of re-engineer our own mentality, our own pleasures? That's a huge challenge, and media needs to help us on that journey. But there's no easy answer. You know, and reducing the cost of travel in a production is absolutely one of the biggest challenges, I think, in all productions. That's massive. Again, I've no answers, but I'd love to hear anyone else any suggestions of how you would reduce the travel is sort of key. Keep it local, travel, you know, on trains, you know, if you can do it. You know, obviously because we're in an island, it's very difficult for us. But yeah. Yeah,
we tried to. I mean, we realised the irony that we were talking about this in a summit of people coming from all over Europe. And one of the things we looked at, well, first of all, when we decided to make this the topic, I got on Google Maps. Got on Google Maps to see how long it would take to travel overland on public transport overland. And it was crazy. It was 36 hours or something from Lisbon, and similar from Estonia. And it made me think, at least, that actually if we're going to be serious about that, then we have to find other ways of traveling within Europe, whether it's night trains or anything like that.
Well, one thing that we do in universities at the moment, what they're talking of, is you get a bigger bursary of funding for travel if you travel overland. So the difference is covered, and that's a cost. It has a huge implication. We all want the cheapest, but like that's more sustainable. So how to build that into budgets? So you do the overland, you do the you try and find, and you build that into the cost, and you then get payback by arguing it's more greener and more sustainable. I mean, trying to find that balance, I think, is somewhere. But it is a challenge, as you say. You know, sustainability, and you're bringing people from all over the world, and you're talking about...
I mean, we worked together for a whole year without meeting each other.
Well, that's good.
It was good, but it was really tough. And when we met in Lisbon, it reminded us how important that we need to meet each other every now and then. So one of the things we were looking at this is whether we do, whether we were to, purchase offset, and it was like, no, we shouldn't do that. It's probably not the best route to do it. So the idea of the concept of the summit, and then we were, adopting a certain amount of goals over the next few years, that it was kind of like trying to offset by doing, at least trying.
There's a huge debate about offsetting. I mean, Albert have some registered companies that they offset with, and like the debate is that it's just greenwashing, that it's whatever. When I was in, I wonder, can I name names? In our climate change masters, we got asked by an airline company, would we like to send our students to an offsetting experience they had in Portugal? And I asked the students, wondering how they would respond to this, and a few of them come up, they'd love to go. So there's a strange complexity.
How do you make frugality sexy?
Make frugality sexy
you make it by going to Portugal. Exactly.
It's a challenge, and people have their own. Everyone is at a different stage in the journey, and you have to be pragmatic and realistic. But I think student productions obviously are quite low in their carbon calculator. So, but it's them going into bigger productions. That's where it gets really interesting.
Well, I think what we're going to try and do is, students are ahead of us most of the time, but what we're going to try and do at FilmEU is make the students the ambassadors. So when they go into the industry, that it's not about eat your veg. It's about that can't happen. We'd never think of doing that. Or it's really interesting to talk about stories. They talk about storytellers and thinking about how that can impact your stories, and not in a preachy way, but in a kind of a really interesting narrative.
I think that's the key. If you can get the right story that sort of gives the resonance of trying to get across the ideas, that can percolates into audiences who then think that's the agenda. It's all about communication. It's finding a way to communicate the issues, but also the productions, finding ways of making the production more sustainable and reducing the carbon calories. So it's not going to be an easy fix, but you just do what you can, and you try and do the best you can, and that's all anyone can do.
I think with that, we're out of time. So thanks a million, Pat. It's been lovely to chat, and thanks for the presentation.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Hello, welcome again. Please be seated. I'm very happy to introduce my fellow Belgian, Tim Wagendorp. We had lots of talks before doing this, of course, so I know a bit about him, and I'm hoping you will be as inspired as I was first talking to him. He says a bit atypical within the domain of audiovisual productions, because while he's very much a part of it, but his background, he's a bioengineer, so not really within film. It's something completely different. But he worked as a policy expert on sustainability, exploring circular economy, and investigating environmental law. So currently his goal is to implement his knowledge and insights into the domain of film and media production. He has been the sustainable coordinator. His role is the sustainable coordinator at the VAF, which is the Flemish Film Fund. Very important. This is where the money is if you want to do productions as a student, as an aspiring filmmaker, so that's very important. And he's been doing this since 2017, if I'm not mistaken. So he's been 5 years tackling this heavy job. His main focus is on supported film and funded media productions, but also he wants to create awareness within other domains: animation, game design, and of course, education. That's why I think we're here today, because we want to learn from Tim how to tackle this within education. If you were to Google Tim Wagendorp, you would find a guy with knives as a picture. It's him as well. So don't be fooled by his appearance. He is a scholar, he is an expert, but he does some other tricks as well, and trades as well. So I'm very happy to introduce to you Tim Wagendorp.
Hello. I'm a child of the 70s. And before I start to explain you everything about Sustainawhat, I will give you the picture which summarized my childhood. Who knows this? Who watched this as a child? Yep. Yeah? And for me, this is somehow summarizing what Pat was talking about this co-creation and this problem solving together. This was a strange bunch of people, but they all work together to help somebody in need. And for me, being here is somehow, I'm looking to compose an A-team of people that can help me to do a better job in Flanders and at European level. So remember this picture and take it back home. Sustainawhat. There's a lot of talks about sustainability. People talk about green films. Yesterday we saw a beautiful green film. One of the first student picture was a perfect green film. It's a color. You talk about CO2 or CO2 neutrality. You can talk about SDGs, about life cycle, about people, planet, profit, ecology. But like one of the most misused terms is ecology. It's the animals and plants in a forest. It's about ecosystems, not about impact of films. So we should be aware of what do we use as a definition of sustainability. What we use in Belgium, in Flanders, and I'm not going to talk too much about it, is this, because I know that Geert will be talking about SDGs. This is my compass. And I talk about poverty, hunger, climate change, consumption, energy. And this compass is much more human than CO2 in the stratosphere. And for me, it also summarized the role I have, and it's also linked to what Pat was presenting about the role we have as funders in enabling people financially to write the most beautiful stories ever. And these stories can be about climate change, one of these SDGs, but it can also be about gender, inclusion, whatever topic. So for me, the compass is a bit broader than Pat's compass, but this is mine. A very big question, and I'm not going to answer it, but is when can you say that something's sustainable? Imagine you make a carbon neutral film production, but your boss is a sexist pig, or you're so tired that you follow the scaffolding. Is that sustainable? So for me, it's also about well-being, awareness of other topics. And at European level, many people speak about carbon, and it's easy to measure, but maybe it's broader than this. When I started my job 5 years ago, the focus was mainly on let's save CO2 on a film set. And I thought, where does this challenge start and where does it stop? And doesn't it start at school, where people nowadays, when you are taught to become a film professional, who from you at school have been taught about sustainability when you're a student? 1, 2, 3, 4? That says enough. And we have been trying as an institution to talk to film funds, to film schools, to try to squeeze in our knowledge into education, but it's very difficult for me because I'm an outsider. I don't have an A-team within education. But I give you one example. We should talk about sustainability to students, but students can also do things back for us. This is a master thesis that a student in Belgium did on the drink water consumption on a film production, of a feature film. So she did a life cycle analysis in many details, comparing cups and different options. But this type of work helps me to do a better job. So she's my A-team member in part of the challenge. So it's not only about do we have to teach, but also what can students bring to us and how can student projects help us to dig deeper. And we should also challenge students. We should not ask them to make the 70th study on a green production guide. It exists. But maybe challenge them about motivation, nudging, psychology, storytelling. Let's ask them to do new stuff. So there's also a challenge for everyone who's teaching in this room. Create good projects and ask the right questions. But when you then step up further in that value chain, you come from school, you start writing. What's the role of storytelling, as Pat mentioned? And it's the biggest taboo. Because people say, yeah, but I'm free, I'm creative, I should have total freedom on what I create, which is true. And me as a fund, I don't have to tell people what to write, because that's called propaganda. But I want just going to give you an example. This game, Flotsam, you have to collect waste in the sea and create a new society with it. I talked to the producer, we funded this in Flanders, and I said, you made a Trojan horse, because you teach thousands of gamers on their private screen how important it is to clean the ocean and how to reuse these materials into something new. The guy looked at me and I said, I just wanted to make something cool. So it's also the challenge is, how can we make people aware about the role they play without pointing the finger, without telling them what to write, but to make them aware that whatever they write, even a game like this, can be meaningful. Other examples, this was a Flemish production, Gangsta. They produced in Belgium and they were hyper-sustainable. They did whatever they could to be sustainable. And their carbon impact as measured, you see to the right, was 54 tons of carbon. They were very happy because it was below the Flemish average. But I said, yeah, but you went to Morocco for 3 days. And you fucked up completely. Because going to Morocco, you see to the left, was 85 tons of carbon. So everything they did 1 month long was just thrown away in the garbage bin by flying to Morocco. And the images they shot was sniffing coke in a discotheque and shooting a gun at the beach. So the question is, when you write, we go to Morocco and we will do some things. Are you aware of the impact you will have at the production level? Because you will have to travel there and maybe you can find another solution somewhere else. And there again, it's not up to me to say you shouldn't go to Morocco. There's also a link with funding because funds push people to travel around. But it's about awareness. Another example, very short, Insta in Love. It was an Insta fiction series that we funded, where it was a dating competition between 4 youngsters. When you dated a non-smoker, you get extra bonus points in the competition. And by having that point or that topic in the production, they even received funding from an anti-tobacco lobby. So it's also linked to the funding they received. Maybe I should also mention with the Flotsam, the game, I said to the producer, maybe you should talk to the big waste agencies in Flanders because you're their communication partner. Because you reach people, these gamers, they will never reach your booklet or your website, but you reach people that nobody reaches. A nice example represent is a project in Flanders, and they try to inspire writers about diversity in a non-limiting way. It's just about awareness. And a question could be, how can we make writers aware of the challenges they have when they write? And next up in that value chain, when your project is finished, what to do with it? How can you make sure that Film Pact is about impact production? It's about how can we make a strategic plan so your movie is seen by the people that have to see it. When you make a climate change documentary, can you screen it in the European Commission in Brussels when they vote about climate change? So you can really push society. But if you then move up in the value chain, I work for a fund, I have the cash in my pocket, and we in Flanders, we have a formal obligation. When you want to use my cash for production, You have to think about sustainability. If you say, fuck it, I don't want, I can take your cash back. And it's a lot of cash. And it's a bit like children. If you have kids and you give them pocket money, you tell them it's not for cigarettes. We do the same, and we use the funding we have as a leverage to open a discussion about sustainability. And the last 10% of the budget is only released when you can prove that you try to be sustainable. And for me, this metaphor of the driver's license is a very nice one. And Pattles already gave a great introduction about all the challenges, but remember when you went for your driver's license, you needed to be aware, I want a license. You needed a booklet with theory, with the rules. You needed someone teaching you in practical. You needed a car, petrol, insurance, and money to pay for that. You needed allowing you to be a student on the street. You needed an exam, and maybe when you were caught drunk in driving a car, you needed a second exam. And so in a way, for me, this metaphor is linked to sustainability in production, because you can have a calculator, but a calculator alone, that's not a secret solution. You can have a car, a fancy generator, but if you don't use it right, you're screwed. You need motivation, because when your team says, don't bother, you will not be successful. So for me, it's like this intricate puzzle with challenges, solutions, and there's also a very big human impact factor, because if you design a set and you have to spend hours and hours creating that stuff as a carpenter, then maybe your impact is much higher than catering or traveling. So it's about awareness. And we use a calculator. And we are also working on a European calculator, but this one, and sorry because the fonts somehow did a strange trick, but in the average Flemish production with a €2 million budget has an environmental impact of 73 tons of carbon. It's a very abstract number, but it's the same as 10 houses in 1 year. So imagine 10 families driving around, watching Netflix, eating, holidays, times 10, 1 year, that's the same impact of a small Flemish production. You go to the UK, you have €20 million budget, so you talk about the street. You go to the States, you have 200 million, you talk about a village of impact. And Riet, a producer from Belgium, she will tell in the next session about what she did as a producer. The choices she made as a professional, in her professional life, were much more impactful than whatever she could do in her private life. So it's not only about being green at home and eating veggie, etc., but also being a green professional. Just to make publicity, Pat mentioned Albert Calculator. We are working on a free European calculator for co-productions that uses academic information, and that's free and available for whoever wants to use it. You can use it on co-productions all over Europe. You can use it to report to Europe, etc. But so for me, the fetish is not to know the number, because it's like going to the doctor. They take your temperature, they say, okay, you have a fever, Marc, but it doesn't say what you have. It's just fever. It can be COVID or something else. So for me, it's much more about, can a calculator be a tool for people to be aware of the choices they will make, and to make them think, reflect about what's the impact of one flight from Brussels to Dublin, 136 kilograms of CO2. Is that affordable, yes or no? For me it is, but I challenge you, you have to compensate my 136 kilos in the future, because I came by plane. And but for me it's about awareness. And I'm not going to go very deep into the details, but 40% of the average production is transport. It's about carpooling, trains, planes. But Riet from Flanders, she will give some examples from a production, very hands-on. 5% of the average Flemish production is about energy, and I stole a picture from a set of Riet. And she didn't use a generator, she just used the main connection to the grid, and by doing so she saved a lot of CO2 and a lot of money. So it's not only about having a fancy generator or a battery pack, but also about using your brain. Next topic, waste. It's about 28%. It's about everything we throw away in the bin, paper, plastic, set leftovers. And we try to promote circular economy, so it's much more about prevention and avoiding than it's about we have to buy a recyclable tote bag or a biodegradable cup. It's really about how to prevent. And this thing, what you see here, it's 60 meters long. It's hidden in an old military warehouse in Belgium. When you look inside, it's this. It's a World War II submarine. But you have to make this. This weighs 500 tons, costs €500,000. The choices you make when you design this, They are a multitude of the production impact, everything together. So it's also about how is eco-design fitting into this, and are you taught when you're taught to become a set constructor, a carpenter? Are you taught about eco-design and about sustainable wood and paint and screws and reusing and recycling? So it's much broader than just having a veggie meal and preventing a generator. So it's also really in the department, in the knowledge and the brains of everybody involved in the project. What they did was very clever. They found a cheap place. This is an old military warehouse, so it's cheaper than a studio. They are keeping it, and they try to find funding for a second film so they can reuse it. If not, they will try to sell it to maybe a neo-Nazi or a game or an escape room or a B&B. I don't know what, but they are looking at clever solutions not to throw this away because there's a lot of resources. I mean, they're even thinking of cutting it in slices and putting it in a lobby of a hotel as a meeting room. It's about prevention, but also about when you have waste, and you should all check this. In Belgium, we are the European head in recycling and reusing in our private lives. There's also a law about waste and companies, professional waste. Nobody in my industry in Belgium knows what the legal obligations are as a company. But in Belgium, you have to select 21 types of waste in your company. So imagine on your film set, people are already happy with 2 bins, but you need 21 in theory. It's also about oil and plastic and batteries and paint. So it's much broader than just paper, organic, and residual waste. And it's about thinking, shall I have specific types of waste? If so, I need a box for batteries, or if so, I need a container for my scrap or my rubble. So it's about awareness. Another topic, and it's a very important one, is catering. It's about what we eat, about veggie meals, drinking from cups or bottles or plastic or cans, etc. A very funny example, Cleo, Eva Koos, the director, she said, I don't want Nutella on my set because Nutella gives you cancer. And with that pot of Nutella, you will not save the planet because in carbon it's nothing, it's a fart. But for her, it was about safety and about well-being. And when I was on that set, there was Boerineke, like a farmer lady, local traditional brand from Belgium. And it's very symbolic because it's about taking care of each other. Something which I stole from Riet again, on our productions, everything she uses is veggie. And her question is, who isn't veggie in my team? Normally you would ask, is there a veggie in the room? And then you were like, but so on her productions, everything is veggie. And if you want to have a steak, you can, but you have to call the cook. This is the number of the catering company, call them and order your steak. And by reversing the question, they call it nudging. Maybe you should think about psychology expert teaching us about nudging. You make the best choice, the easy choice. A last domain is pre and post-production. There was a question about that before. It's a big black box. It's about editing and special effects and all these fancy things that happen in these fancy laboratoria. This is a pool in Paris, and the water of the pool is heated with the leftover heat from a server of an animation company. So you can go that far. And there is a study, somebody asked, in France they made a study about the impact of our digital footprint as society. And it's about as high as car driving in the world. And that impact, 70% is linked to the consumption of video images. And it's about 1/3 is streaming, the second third is porno, and the third is YouTube and co. So every time we watch Netflix or pornography or YouTube, we are consuming, but we don't know about it. So there again, it's about awareness. It's about, do you play your game in the cloud or on a mobile phone, and the choices you make. When we step up, so we ask as a fund, when you get production support, and it's a budget up to 600,000 euro per project, we say, you have to take this serious. A big question remains, maybe we can talk about it afterwards, Marc, about when is a project sustainable? Is it about a number or not, or about a checklist or not? But for us, we also take it further. We also look at what are the choices that people in hosting cinemas and festivals, what are their choices? You could see this event as a festival. What's inside the tote bag? How do people travel? What do people eat? About these choices. There again, we try to bring together expert knowledge and inform our stakeholders in Belgium about this topic. And my last slide, Marc mentioned knives, so I always squeeze in a slide with knives. Everybody knows the Swiss Army knife. And for me, and I think that's an enormous challenge, because yesterday there was also, for instance, the mention of let's create a scholarship for eco-managers, which is great because there's a need of eco-managers. It's one of the tools that you need, one of the tools that the A-team needs to have for this challenge. But we should talk about what's their scope, what's their competences, how does it fit into funding, because I have to pay them as a fund. Is that cost eligible, yes or no? And so I dream somehow of a European pocket knife with different functions, with the best of the best from all over Europe about green guidance, about knowledge, about theory, about motivation, psychology, measuring, combining not only specialists like me, I'm just an engineer with a background in environment, but also scientists, also writers, also storytellers, also producers, also funders. I think it should be a common European goal with a common European definition, because if productions come to Europe and they have to follow 5 different guidelines in 5 different countries, it's a joke. And we should not talk remember the A-team, we should not give people problems, because when you have to make a film, you're producing, the problem is I have to make a good film. But we should talk in solutions, in Swiss Army knives, and best of all, European Swiss Army knives. For people that like social media, there's a great Facebook group, Agora for Sustainable Filming. It has about 500 people from all over Europe talking about this topic. I see people reaching their phone, it's good. Be aware of the impact of your mobile phone, but but yeah, thank you for inviting me, and let's discuss.
Beware. Great stuff, Tim. Thank you so much. Lots of questions, maybe from the audience as well. Maybe one question. I mean, I always had a feeling, carrots and sticks. I think you use both of them. Like, this is a carrot. Be sustainable, do green production, and come to us. But we have a stick as well. Could you have like an idea how many carrots do you use, or how many sticks? Because I have a feeling sometimes it's more sticks than carrots. Difficult question.
Very difficult question. For me, I think that too many people in the industry are not aware of the potential impact they have as a professional. Mm-hmm. And the question could be, if you want to be sustainable, do you do it for me as a fund? Do you do it for yourself as a professional, or for the future of our kids, or for whatever? What's your reason? Do you do it for reducing cash and save money? And so, for me, I see the stick, our funding, is also the carrot, and it's more like I try to. I'm not a filmmaker, so I can't tell you how to do a job. Mm-hmm. I'm not a teacher, but I can be the angel and the devil on your shoulder and like show you examples, good and bad, about how it can go wrong or how does it work. Okay. So I say it as it's like marriage. It's like a subtle mix of carrots and sticks.
Well, the way you sell it is really great, because with some irony, with some kind of jokes and stuff. So I can imagine if you talk to people, they wouldn't be offended by you stating certain stuff, so that's kind of the way to go forward. One question I still have is, with the film funding, the Flemish Film Fund, you tackle production, of course. You're really aware it needs to be green production, needs to be sustainable, if can be. Do you kind of promote producing films about sustainability?
Not as Pat was mentioning before, exactly. Because for us as a fund, whatever story is welcome. Okay. And there are many commissions and juries with professionals thinking about the stories that are brought to us as a fund, and we see it as a role to enable people to produce whatever story which is meaningful. And we have filters about, is society waiting for this? Yeah. And I think it's a role of every fund, and every fund should filter somehow. We don't fund pornography, for instance, because it's a choice we have. So it's not something on top, but it's an awareness. And we as a fund, we try to be open for whatever story. Yeah. And sustainability, when you apply, is not a selection criteria. It's about the quality of the movie. And once you receive the funding, then it's my job to look at your project, what are the goals and the challenges, and then I step in.
Okay. Maybe one more question before moving to questions from the audience. We've got lots of producers, well, a few I know at least, and we've got people maybe down the chain as well. Who are you talking to? Is it like top or bottom or middle or? or everything at the same time?
That's again a good question. You did your homework very well.
I'm so sorry, Tim.
No, it's good. No, as a fund, it's very formal. A producer applies, and my first contact is a producer. But I think that there's a big human social factor in this challenge, because when a producer can't solve this problem, I remember when I first met Riet, will be in the next session, she invited her entire crew and casting crew to be part of the challenge and really open a discussion. But my formal contact is the producer, and when the producer thinks, boring, I do the least of the least and it's okay, then for me, I have to work with that. And that's also why I more and more talk in money and CO2, or more, because I didn't mention, for me, CO2 is just a way to understand impact. It doesn't say if it's something is toxic, or imagine that you have to make a film in the lovely city of Dublin. How many productions can a city center of Dublin cope per year? And how to behave in a forest when you're shooting. So it's much broader than just CO2. And for me, that challenge is about like how to have all the information and all that knowledge that's available, that Swiss Army knife at European level. How can we like cut it in pieces so the gaffer knows what to do and the DOP knows what to do? And there again, I think I see an enormous challenge for education, because you're specialists in educating people.
Because I heard as well, you want to start with people, educating people, so they move on, becoming professionals, really have this idea embedded in their mindset. And I'm hopeful within a couple of years it's going to be so normal to do a sustainable film production. That's not going to be questioned anymore. So maybe you're going to be out of a job in a while because it's going to be done then. Hope so. Anyway, questions from the audience? Any questions? Any lingering thoughts still? Yes, please. There's a question in the middle.
Tim, fascinating. Just on nudging, there's been research done in the UK where if you put 3 or 4 options of vegetarianism on a menu, you will get more. So nudging does work. It's very effective. My question is about the 10% kickback. How do you decide how much of the 10% they get, or do they just get it all? You know, do they just reach a threshold, or is there any negotiation on that? Can they be, you know, is it a mark out of 10, or what you know, for the...
That's the golden question.
Yeah.
And it's also, I think, the biggest challenge is also in the Sustainawhat or Sustainawhen. And I think that if you're a producer and you can say that you were thinking about, before you started, about the challenges ahead on environment, but also on safety, hunger, whatever topic that's important for your project, if you're aware of the potential risks, and then you try within the boundaries of creativity, funding, time, motivation, and environment to try to make the best solutions ever. Maybe fail, but you try, and you measure them. And then afterwards, you're willing to reflect on it and look back saying, did this work, yes or no? What do we take from this? If you can say yes, 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 then in my opinion, you're sustainable. And for me as a fund, I'm not looking at a number, because when you make a movie and it's about Superman stays home or Superman goes to Dublin, the story itself will have an enormous impact on the CO2 production of that production. And so it's not fair to say, I give you money and you not, because you're green or not green. Nor is it about you have to reduce 20% or 10% of your total, because maybe you already had a green action plan and I'm not, or maybe you travel one flight less to Dublin and I will have my 10%. So it's not fair about putting a hard number on it. For me, it's much more about that awareness and about that trying to do your best. And so it's this yes, yes, yes. If I see 3 times yes, then it's a formal okay. When you say no, I'm not interested, but nobody will do it because the money that we give is too important. For producers, we give 1/3 of the budget. But I don't want to use a stick. I don't see it as a punishment. I see it as a challenge, and you can also fail. Failing is also a great way to learn.
Any questions? More questions? One question I did have after talking to Professor Boris from Stuttgart, he talked about his calculator, CO2 calculator, and apparently there's one in the UK, in Germany, and so on. And you touched on the theme of this calculator. Why do we have different ones?
Because we have egos.
Egos?
Yes. No. There are many different good calculators, but they're all different. I used to have an Excel form, but it looked like her tax declaration. When people opened it, they ran away. And so, but I had it developed like 6 years ago in Flanders with a Flemish scope. There's another great one in France with a French scope. You have Albert, which has a UK scope, but they try to broaden. So you have all these different Swiss Army knives, but they don't talk with each other.
Okay.
And then again, it's about, like, if I measure transport, do I measure the petrol in my car, or do I measure the making of the car, the maintenance of the car, and the recycling of the car? So we have different scopes.
Yeah.
And our challenge, because within a European project, we had a study on different calculators. We said they're all different and they're all crap. So we decided we should try to make a new solution, something which is affordable. Because as an institution, I can't afford 10,000 euro per year just for a measuring device. Because I have to pay a salary, I have to come to Dublin, I have to talk to people and do important stuff. So we decided, let's make a European calculator together with the Catholic University of Leuven in Belgium. That are experts in life cycle, and they teach us so much about all these topics. And for most of the information, you have European numbers, so forget about all these regional calculators, because when you're a co-production, you want to make something comparable. Yeah. So it's a tool. There was a big gap in that landscape to have something European. And there's still a lot of things we know, like what is a veggie meal, or what's the plane or the train to Dublin. But somewhere like this post-production or virtual production is one of these topics. We're now having a study on that, on is virtual production sustainable, yes or no? Because you don't have to travel, but you have all the computing and the data centers. And so we still have to learn and dig deeper into the content to make that calculator better, because I think it's not the aim to measure and to know the number, fever or no fever, but it's also about, is A better than B? Yeah. And so that's still a
because,
challenge.
I mean, we all realize it's going to be very important for FilmEU, since we're cooperating internationally. We've done the pilot. You were present as well, so we've been shooting in different locations, different people coming from different countries. So it's going to be important, I suppose, for us, and maybe in a broader sense for all productions to have one calculator, because this is kind of something that's ongoing. I'm kind of looking around. Any more questions, ideas? Because I think, I mean, we had lots of questions, and Tim is going to be around, so grab him and talk to him. He's great. And ask about the knives, because in a very good series, there is one knife of his present in one scene. So talk about knives as well, if you can. Thank you so much, Tim. It was really a delight to talk to you. Thank you.
Hi everyone, welcome to our panel on sustainability in the film industry. It's a great pleasure to have you all here, present in Dublin in our second FilmEU summit, and also greeting everyone who is following us from home via YouTube. And as we have just heard from Tim's great presentation, sustainability is much broader topic than just measuring carbon impact or thinking about environmental aspects. We all for sure are wishing about more positive workplaces, diversity, thinking about skills and collaboration, and how can we make all of this work in a more sustainable way. So for shedding some light on possibilities, on best practices, on challenges and opportunities, today we have this amazing and diverse panel with us that I will very briefly introduce and then ask them here for their presentations. And each of them coming from broadcasting, film producing, or from national film institutes will help us understand what is being done and what is still the path ahead of us. So, with us, we have today from representing Screen Ireland, we have Gareth Lee, the head of skills development, and Sharon O'Hara, who is handling marketing and communication. In the production side of things, we have Riet the Prins, the producer at the Belgian broadcaster VRT, and Madis Tüür, a film producer from Estonia, whose latest production got brilliant results both domestically and with international recognition. Let's try to understand where this all will lead us and shed some light on all these aspects. So I would like to invite here first to start with Screen Ireland. Sharon and Gareth, please, if we could have your presentation.
What's your foot?
Guys in the gallery, that's the wrong presentation. There we go.
Hello. Thank you very much to IADT and to FilmEU for inviting us to say a few words about Screen Ireland's sustainability plan for the Irish screen industry. My name is Sharon and I'm Communications Executive at Screen Ireland, and along with my colleague Gareth Lee, who is Skills Manager at the agency, we'll take you through Screen Ireland's sustainability plan and how that might look in terms of providing support, leadership and action for the Irish industry in the coming years. In case you're not aware, Screen Ireland is the public body and national agency for the Irish film, television and animation industry. The agency provides a wide range of funding supports across development, production, distribution, promotion and skills development, and it acts as an advocate and a champion for the Irish screen sector in all of its forms. The agency's 5-year strategy, Building for a Creative Future, was recently published in October 2021. Building for a Creative Future was set out an ambitious vision to drive growth for the Irish screen industry, with investing in creative talent and skills development at the very heart of it. And the strategy informed a huge amount of the thinking behind our sustainability plan too. By the end of 2021, it was clear that the Irish screen industry was at an all-time high production-wise, with the highest ever achieved production spend across film, television and animation, breaking a record previously set only in 2019. This unprecedented growth, while very welcome, has created new demands for a wider crew base, increased skills and further infrastructure. Supporting any further growth of the Irish screen industry must therefore be balanced with measures that ensure that this growth is stable, structured and sustainable, as well as committed to developing an industry that is environmentally responsible, of course, diverse, accessible to all, and champions the well-being of the people who work in it. In Screen Ireland's sustainability plan, which was published recently in April 2022, the plan sets out 4 levers of change that Screen Ireland will use to support this responsible growth. These are the 4 different methods by which the agency will provide leadership and guidance to the Irish screen industry to enable proactive change. These levers of change take the form of strategic partnerships and collaborations, training and skills development to empower industry professionals, proactive communication and engagement with the screen industry to provide guidance and inspire action, and of course practical incentives, both financial and non-financial, to encourage best practice. A key question for Screen Ireland when developing the sustainability plan was, although environmental action is key and the core foundation of the plan, what other areas do we define as the principles of sustainability? In our research, Screen Ireland was determined to align with global standards based on the Sustainable Development Goals outlined by the United Nations. The 6 goals that felt most essential to the screen industry, the Irish screen industry, could be broadly categorised under 4 separate pillars that we felt the Irish screen industry can take meaningful action on now and in the coming years. And you can see them there. I'll now hand over to my colleague Gareth Lee, Skills Manager at Screen Ireland, to go through these 4 pillars of sustainability.
Okay, so sorry, go back slide. So good afternoon, everybody. Thanks, Sharon. So I'm Gareth. I'm the head of skills team in Screen Ireland. I'm delighted to be here today. Thanks to FilmEU and to IADT and National Film School for inviting us here. And as Sharon said, I'm going to finish off the second half of the presentation. So as Sharon mentioned, Screen Ireland's sustainability plan sets out our objectives for both Screen Ireland and for the screen sector in Ireland. The sustainability plan is about sustainability in the widest sense of that term, covering obviously green practices and green production, but also covering, as Sharon referenced, the development of the screen sector that is responsible, open, inclusive and sustainable in its development and growth. This is especially crucial given the climate crisis that we're all facing into, but also in terms of the growth that Sharon alluded to in terms of the screen sector in Ireland, but also the potential future growth. There is a lot of activity that's giving us a good indication that things will continue to grow into the future, such as new studios coming on stream, expansion of studios that are already in place in Ireland, and so on. Screen Ireland has to play a leadership role in the delivery of this plan, but it was going to take a collective effort from all involved in the sector, including third level, to ensure that we achieve the ambition of the plan. The plan sets out a number of actions for the sector under 4 key pillars. And although we are very early in terms of the implementation of this plan, it was only published in April of this year, we have already started to take action as an organisation and as a sector. So rather than go through all of the key actions in the plan, just in terms of the time that we have, I thought it would be more useful to maybe just talk about the 4 pillars and some of the key actions that are already in train, referencing those levers of change that Sharon mentioned, including partnership, skills, engagement and incentives. Okay. So the first pillar is net zero and the move towards reducing the carbon footprint of both Screen Ireland and the screen sector in Ireland. So I'm going to talk about just a couple of actions that are already in train here. So like many other organisations, Screen Ireland is working towards a reduction of business travel. And this includes obviously reducing our attendance at international events and markets, but also the development of remote working policy for staff to promote better working practices and more sustainable working practices. For the sector, and Pat alluded to this earlier in his presentation, we are soon to introduce mandatory use of carbon calculators on all Screen Ireland funded productions. We have been for the last few years encouraging the use of carbon calculators on productions, the Albert calculator that was referenced earlier on. And I'm pleased to say that a lot of productions in Ireland are already using this calculator and are already measuring their carbon footprint. So the next logical step is to move towards mandatory use of these calculators, and we will support the sector in transition to this way of working. The second pillar is circular, and this is obviously about improving the methods and processes used on production within Screen Ireland to encourage more circular practices. In terms of Screen Ireland, we have over the last few years moved more and more towards reduced paper-based processes and substantially moving towards digital for all of our Screen Ireland reports, for all of our marketing and promotional collateral. We've also moved most, if not all, of our meetings and training online. And the move to training online, I think last year we delivered over 60 different training programs, all online, all remotely. This move obviously has a triple benefit in terms of value, in terms of costs, but also in terms of sustainability. And then thirdly, in terms of just being more inclusive and more open and available to a wider range of participants. This move to digital and online obviously was fast-tracked by COVID, but we as an organisation, as a sector, have adapted really quickly, which bodes well for the future, and we'll continue on this trajectory into the future. From an industry point of view, one of the big things that we've started to action is we've formed a panel of sustainability advocates and provided them with sustainability training. And going forward, Screen Ireland would fund a sustainability advocate for up to 5 days on all SI-funded projects to encourage better practices and to introduce more circular methods of production on set. We will also, through the skills team, roll out a range of other training programmes in the area of sustainable production to promote awareness raising and to upskilling as well. The third pillar of the plan is fair. So in the last few months, we have announced our funding of 5 new national talent academies spread around the country in areas like Galway, Limerick, Wicklow and Dublin. And the aim of these talent academies is to help with the growth of a screen sector workforce that is grown and developed in a sustainable way. We are also building a screen production directory for the sector as well, which will help to capture all of those working in the sector, capture diversity and inclusion data around the workforce, but also allow us to keep track of, I suppose, labour shortages, skills gaps. And what we hope we will also do through the database is encourage more open and transparent hiring practices, which is something that's not always prevalent within the screen industry. In pursuit of a more inclusive screen sector workforce, we also recently launched a dedicated fund called Pathways to support inclusive access opportunities for all. And this fund we launched last year, we're already seeing really interesting opportunities come through, and we will continue that fund into the future. Going forward, we're also going to require all production companies in receipt of Screen Ireland funding to have diversity, equity and inclusion policies and dignity in the workplace policies as a condition of funding. The final pillar of our sustainability plan is kind. So on the back of some challenging times brought on through the pandemic, we've recently introduced an internal wellbeing programme for all staff in Screen Ireland, and we've also rolled out similar content through our training programmes online for the sector. We are also, for the sector, introducing a number of new online self-led training programmes that will be compulsory as a condition of funding. And the topics that we'll cover in these programmes will include bullying and harassment, unconscious bias and bystander intervention, all with the aim of introducing better work practices and better workplace environments. We worked closely with the industry to also develop, over the last 18 months, a new health and safety guide for the sector, and a related Screen Pass online self-led programme to support that guide, and both of those were launched in the last few months. Finally, just to reference Minding Creative Minds, as an organisation we are partnering with and supporting to promote the work that they do across wellbeing for the wider arts and culture sector. So hopefully this brief presentation has given you all an overview of the Screen Ireland Sustainability Plan and some details of some of the actions that are already in train. Obviously, we're very early with this plan. We, as an organisation and as a sector, have a lot more to do and a long way to go. But our engagement with industry and multiple stakeholders has been very positive to date and gives us great hope that the ambitions of the plan can be achieved. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sharon and Gareth. Great to hear what's being designed at national levels and what organizations are thinking and how to help in this. And now we would really like to know and call Riet, please, and the hands-on approach, how a producer in a broadcaster company can handle these subjects.
Do you want me to?
Yes, please. Yeah.
No, it's the other one again.
No.
So yeah.
This one.
Yeah. I think they're all open in full screen. So we'll just wait for the guys upstairs to change to the slide with book. Will I sing a song? No.
Go on.
Okay, let me just close down. Yeah. Hang on. They're taking me off full screen. There we go.
Yeah, there we are. Hello, my name is Riet. I am from the Belgian television, the public broadcaster in the Flemish part of it. and I'm a fiction producer, and I'm gonna talk about a production I did. It's called Buck. And you know what? Talking about sustainability is easy. We can talk hours, weeks, have conferences about it. But hey, we have to do it also. So in this in-buck, I'm going to talk a bit about the bottom of it. First of all, I'd like to ask you, how many of you have already proved that you worked in a sustainable production, one way or another? Nobody? TV? Film? One department? Well, still work to do. So we did a fiction series of 72 shooting days in 2017 it is. And it's for youngsters, and we needed money for it, like everybody needed money. And we got support, financial support from the VAF, the Flemish Audio Visual Funds. And it was a lot of money. We needed that budget desperately. And Tim came to the set and he said, congratulations, you have your budget. And congratulations, you're gonna prove that you have a sustainable production. Now I had a problem because I had to prove it. And I work for the VRT together with 2,000 people. How could I do this in this big company where the word sustainability in 2017 wasn't used? I don't think that they didn't know what it was. So we had to start it, and I have a list of 100 slides or something, but they asked me to be very short, so I squeezed it in 5 bullet points, how that you are going to have a sustainable production. First of all, my first bullet point is to measure is to know. Tim gave us the awful Excel file and we had to fill it in everything. And believe me, it's surprisingly when you fill it in, because if you don't measure it, you don't know it, the CO2 outcome. The second one, and maybe the most important one, is sustainability is not for one person. It's not for a producer or a production assistant. It's for everybody. It's for all of us. Sustainability is for the crew, but also for the suppliers, even the actors, journalists, managers, and the CEO of the company, for everybody. It's not something for one person. So awareness is the most important thing, and that brings me to my second, inform and raise awareness. We started Buck with meetings. The first meeting is a meeting with everybody, crew, cast, and said to them, yes, we have a sustainable production, and they asked me, how are you going to do this? And I put the question back to them, no, this is not me. It's you are going to do this. So you are going to think about it and tell me how you are going to do this. So we talked about it. We informed them in all kinds of ways that already you heard today in every meeting. And we gave them checklists. We asked them, what are your needs? We asked all the head of the departments to come back with a plan. And beside the needs, we asked them, maybe you need budget. And budget, aha, then they were all awake and started thinking about in their own department what it meant for them to be sustainable. Brings me to my fourth one. Focus on those production parts that are important. Somebody said it earlier today, transport and energy are the biggest ones. So we have everybody that work on this production note his kilometers and his way to the production, to the set, to the office. We had to note them each day. But even the suppliers had to do this. We put people on hotels who were living too far. We planned carpooling. We planned actors to they're called together. we found out for everybody how to reach the set or the office by trains and buses, and had runners at train stations. And then the biggest one, we even had our trucks on location at night, so nobody had a truck going home. Brings me to my most important one. Is sustainability expensive? Now look, because we had this plan for the cast and crew, normally when we would not be sustainable, we would have had 179,000 kilometers, but because of our plan and our efforts, we only had 143,000 kilometers and 72 ton CO2 instead of 32. That's not much, that's 5 ton, but it's instead of 63,000 euros, it was only 50,000 euros, which was nice for us. And then the biggest one, because of the materials stayed on location, I mean the trucks. We only had 7,000 kilometers instead of 54,000 kilometers. And look at the CO2. It's 3 ton instead of 51 ton. And look at the budget. It was only 7,500 euros instead of 55,000. So is being sustainable expensive? Not in our case. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Riet. Lovely to hear that the producer's magic word, the budget, was positively affected. That's always the big concern. And so I would like now to hear from small country, Estonia, what Madis has to share about his experience. Please.
Good morning. I will take you at first through a crash course of where I'm coming from. So I'm a film producer. I've been working in the field for 10 years, and I come from Estonia, which is a small country with 1.3 million inhabitants. And we have a rather long film history. It's over 100 years. But during the Soviet occupation, our film industry was very heavily controlled from Moscow and financed as well. So in 1991, when we regained independence, it collapsed. And we built up our industry from that time from pretty much zero. So that background, I think, is important that we, in some cases, we have managed to skip some of the mistakes that other industries have made. And in some cases, we just do all the mistakes ourselves as well. So to talk about environmental sustainability, this is pretty much, in Estonia, there's a saying that it's talupojatarkus, it's like a farm man's knowledge in a way. So it's common sense. To me, sustainability is common sense, and especially if you come from a very small film industry, you have to take into account for budgetary reasons, for HR reasons, everything, all what we are using is scarce, and we have to make best of it what ends up on the screen. So all these aspects, I will not go into detail because this is something that everyone has been talking about. But I think the most important thing when analyzing production and the environmental impact, the CO2, is that we have to take into account the whole production of, for instance, if we bring new LED lights, which weigh less, which are easier to transport, which kind of diminish our transportation costs and win us some carbon footprint in that direction, we still have to look at where those lights were made, with what materials were used, what is the carbon footprint there. So it's kind of, even though we're moving forward, we have to keep in mind that using equipment, always renewing equipment, it has also an impact on our CO2 footprint, and we have to take that into account. In Estonia, where we stand is that we don't have no sticks, and we don't have any carrots either at the moment. There is, at this point, there is a lot of talk. We're moving in that direction, and everyone on the set is very knowledgeable in a way that we do all those little things that you do to keep environment healthy, like we reuse water bottles, etc., and more so. But I want to take you to another aspect of sustainability, and I want to talk about one region in Estonia, because we're, with all foreign productions, we're starting off with cash rebate systems, which was founded in 2016, and we have 2016, and we have more and more foreign productions coming in. So if you compare it with the numbers that you brought, we're like 1/20th in foreign spend in foreign productions coming into the country. So there is this local municipality, Ida-Virumaa, which is on the border with Russia, literally. There are like, it's like two towers on the river, one on the Estonian side, one on the Russian side. And we have a legacy from the Soviet occupation. We have oil shale industry, which is driving the whole area. This is something that is impacting the environment in the worst case for the whole country. So the oil shale industry, these are all pictures from the area. It's one of the biggest companies is owned by state, and 70% of burning oil shale is used for generating electricity. So for instance, if you want to go green and bring some electrical cars to the set, you're still burning oil shale. So this is a problem that the state has been working on how to get over. And there have been strategies written and different approaches, and one solution, which is now gaining more and more momentum, is a small film fund that started off. It was established in 2013, and it was really small. It was 18,000 euros, I think. And it started to attract more and more film productions to the area. In the beginning, people were rather skeptical, because what can you film there? And there are no people, there's no skilled labor, etc. But now it's getting more and more productions are going there. During the period, they have financed now 21 projects, and now they are investing into infrastructure as well, which means that they are on the local municipality level are working to bring a film industry in place of the industry that is really bad for the environment that is at the moment there. And this year, this is the pilot year where they have started off with some trainings for local people to train them in filmmaking, and the interest has been surprisingly big. There were 60 places in the training. There were 253 applicants, and they were young and also coming from oil shale industry. Like, you had engineers, you had people with different backgrounds who are really looking for new niche to work in. So it's starting, and the state is now investing 10 million into building a studio there, film studio with incubation center for education and to doing all the post work, doing VFX, and it's in a cluster with a coding school for IT developers. So it's kind of, they are building up this interesting collaboration. So this is one way of why I wanted to tell you about this initiative is I think this has much bigger impact on the overall environmental impact of the industry in the area, and I think we can look at film as a solution as well, not only as a polluter, which we can tweak better, but in some cases it can be used as a tool to actually tackle some environmental issues. So thank you.
Guys, amazing inputs and examples and thoughts about how to do this. It was amazing to hear from Riet that sustainable production is cheaper and from Madis that is common sense knowledge. Although we could think here about how small countries current servicing trend and cash rebate producing can be a challenge in terms of carbon footprint for sure. But all of this, how can we make everyone think the same way and share this opinion? I would love to know, before opening the floor to questions from the audience, from Sharon, how do we raise awareness? You're an expert in this area. So how do you make people share this opinion that we just heard that it's possible from our producers?
Well, I think for Screen Ireland's position in the Irish screen industry, you know, being having a leadership role and being able to provide those financial and non-financial incentives are really good drivers of getting stakeholders and crew on the ground to buy in. But in terms of raising awareness and increasing the engagement, I think we definitely have a part to play in that as well. In terms of providing case studies for examples of best practice on Screen Ireland funded productions, which we currently do. In terms of the sustainability advocates that Gareth was talking about, placing people on set who have expertise and training in that area, and just a constant the panels where people gather like this and they share ideas and share best practice from around Europe. I think it's just about constantly communicating with the stakeholders, being in constant dialogue with the industry on the ground, and taking away those learnings and implementing them. So it's a bit of a circular kind of process.
Yeah, just to add to that, I mean, hearing that it costs less to make it from a sustainable point of view is quite convincing, you know, and money does talk in this industry. So I think more examples of that and that kind of, you know, look, it's more than money, of course, but that does have a powerful part to play. So I think and we don't probably have enough examples like that yet, but the more we capture data I think the more power that will have as well in the conversation.
Lovely. And besides the general opinion and raising awareness externally, Riet, you must have encountered some internal struggles to raise awareness internally in a big company like a broadcasting company on how to approach this issue and start a new path.
Yeah.
Can you share
Riet is a big company with 2,000 people, so I was by 2017 pretty alone in there. And I went to somebody who was right under the CEO and talked about this problem I had. And then it was a wake-up call for the VRT, and everything started, mobility, restaurant, groups purchase. And now by 2026, the VRT will be CO2 neutral, also thanks to a new building where we are going to.
Nice. And how long did it take to go from a problem that you presented to turn it into an opportunity?
I think 2 days, but 2 years, but we're still working on it. It's a progress day by day. So we still are working on it because they think it's about production, but it's more than production. It's also about events, about team building weekends. I mean, you can use this calculator for everything, for radio, for everything. So it's not only production, it's also about management.
For sure.
Yeah.
Amazing. So I'd love to know if the audience has some questions for our lovely panelists. Any thoughts, ideas to share or questions to ask? Not really? Yeah.
It's about in relation with the Estonian example, because I think that all our countries have similar areas, and we have a similar project in Portugal. My question is very simple. When trying to do this, are you building on the local community? Because you touched there a very complex issue, which is the lack of skilled workforce. And many of these examples are very well succeeded in the beginning, but then the influx of money actually increases, for instance, the immigration to the outside of the region. So my question is, at this moment in time, are there any plans in place to ensure that the workforce will not be trained and then move to another region in Estonia or somewhere else?
The honest answer is no one knows really, but they're focusing on local pool of people. It's kind of preparing the groundwork for bigger productions to come in, because you need electricians, you need drivers, you need accommodation, you need all those things that aren't at the moment there. Will there be people going away? It's hard to tell. Most probably. But it's a starting point, and at this and in this area there are living 142,000 people altogether, out of which 70,000 is workforce and 10,000 people are registered unemployed. And the factors will be scaled back by the government. So it's kind of a ticking bomb, and this is one way of addressing that. So it's kind of, there are different other policy measures as well, but how it plays out in the long run, it's hard to tell actually. And what was pointed out, that if you have foreign productions coming in, then it may be that the carbon footprint actually increases because of those productions they come because of the cash rebate. They get money back for the transport, and the transport segment of the budget actually increases. So it's checks and balances, and I think we're in the beginning of actually getting that incentive to the right place.
Yeah, just to add to that, like I think I've been working in the skills area for a long time, and I think I've used the phrase chicken and egg more times than I care to remember, but it's a constant challenge. We have the same issue with just development of the regions in Ireland, because there's quite Dublin and Wicklow-centric in terms of production, but it's an ongoing challenge. You know, the idea that you train a workforce regionally and you risk the idea that they will move away, but I suppose you have to take risks with these things and hope that production will come to a region as well, and that will grow over time. And then, I suppose the challenge with incoming versus indigenous, I think we've introduced a system here whereby all productions in receipt of the tax credit have to provide training as part of their give back, and we really push training of Irish indigenous talent through that process. So we always ensure that we're trying to grow the workforce, and we're trying to do it in a responsible way, and we're trying to get I think Pat mentioned his the give back from that incoming production, that there is that aspect to it too. But it's a constant challenge for sure.
And Gareth, picking up on these skills, what can be also interesting for all the students that are hearing us also today, what are the skill gaps you're noticing in the industry, and what is lacking? How can we move forward to a more diverse European industry?
Yeah, so as I mentioned earlier on in my presentation, there are a lot of studios potentially coming on stream, and talk of studio expansion here, talk of potentially doubling the workforce over the next 5 or so years, and some of that may come to fruition, and some may not. We will see. Obviously, we have, as Sharon mentioned, last year was the biggest year of production ever, and actually, if you look at the numbers, we did actually double our workforce in that period of time of 5 years. So it can be achieved, but it's a kind of an ongoing challenge. In terms of skills gaps, they're everywhere. But it's funny, it's the same in every other industry. You only have to turn on the radio and you hear of skills gaps in tourism and transport and all other areas. It's just, it's I suppose an outcome of kind of growth, which is a good thing in a way. But yeah, the skills gaps are everywhere. I mean, you can get into specifics of the things we regularly hear are production accountancy. The regular thing we hear about graduates going into the industry is there's a skills gap between what graduates are coming out with versus what industry requires in terms of hitting the ground running. I think there's a little bit sometimes on the industry side of an expectation that people will go in and be able to, run the show straight away, which is an unrealistic expectation. But at the same time, I think from a third level point of view, curriculum content could be a bit more aligned to some of the specific roles in industry. And again, I'm in between and a messenger in this sense, but I think that's feedback that we hear quite regularly. I mean, you only have to look at credits on films, like there are hundreds and hundreds of roles on a film production, and it's probably, again, unrealistic for any third level institution to produce someone for every single role. But I think there could be a bit more engagement between industry and third level maybe just get some better alignment going. I think access programs as well, because I think sometimes it's just about getting your foot in the door. I think that's really important, and I think we can work with industry and education to make those opportunities more available. But I think getting your foot in the door is a big part. So access and bridging programs are really, really important. One other thing just to say, sorry, just on the topic that we're on, and I heard, I was looking at some of the presentations yesterday, I heard David Smith, the president of IADT, talk about FilmEU and the idea of embedding sustainability in curriculum at undergrad level, looking at sustainability of student productions and green ambassadors. I think that's amazing to hear. It's fantastic. I'd love to see that expand into other areas like well-being on set and things like that, embedding that in the curriculum, because I think that's where opportunities actually will be in the future, like people with expertise in green production and better workplace management, better planning around film production. I think there's going to be huge opportunities in that space, as well as in the virtual production space as well, which is a whole other area we haven't even touched on, because obviously there's a sustainability dimension to virtual production as well. So yeah, look, I think there are lots of gaps, but I guess there are lots of opportunities as well.
That's nice, the positive touch. Any other questions? Yes, Ronan.
Hi there. Yeah, it's working. A question just regarding, go back to the sustainability issue. And Tim was talking earlier about the 10% that they have in the Belgian system. I'm wondering, is there something like that? I suppose I'm particularly interested in the Irish context, but I'm also in Estonia as well and elsewhere. Are there plans for those kinds of linkages to funding? Because I mean, we've had good success. I mean, Gareth mentioned the training aspect in funding, and also even in terms of gender equality, there's been good moves in that regard. I'm just wondering, are there plans for those kinds of things in terms of sustainability and environmental considerations in Ireland and elsewhere? Yeah.
So, sorry, Ron, you mean to incentivize
link funding,
green production
yes,
or
indeed.
green content?
The carrot instead of the stick.
Well, yes, the carrot and the stick at the same time, I suppose. I mean, is there an incentive and or stick? I mean, it depends which way you look at it, but to ensure that productions are more sustainable, more rather than the actual thematics.
Yeah, I think yeah, I mean, I think we, as an agency, and it goes back to what Sharon covered in terms of the levers of change, we have certain levers at our disposal, to encourage and incentivize and enforce better practice. So I think we're open to using all of those levers. I think we, as I said, we have something like the Sustainability Advocates, which will fund people on productions. We're also in conversation about a specific fund that will be, I think, I'm not sure the exact amounts, but it will essentially be a fund that producers can apply to introduce sustainable measures on production. So we are doing things like that. We already have a fund for that area in terms of diversity, equity and inclusion. So these are all things we can do and encourage better practice. We do kind of need the sector to move in that direction. For example, sustainability officers, I'd love to see the day where that's a kind of a role on set, just like health and safety, it should be, and will be hopefully eventually. But for now, I think we can support the sector, with advocates to, I suppose, encourage the move in that direction, let's just say. And I think when the financial case is there, productions will just move in that direction naturally anyway.
We'll follow the good examples,
yes,
for
the
sure.
budget.
And the budget, always. So if there's no other pressing, one more, last question. Thank you, from Tüür.
It's more picking up the previous question, but something that hasn't been mentioned yet is at European level, you have different federations of funds. You have EFAT at national level, which combines all the European national funds. You have Synergio at regional level. They all work on sustainability and how to inspire each other and how to find a common modus operandi between funds. So when you're a co-production coming to different countries, that you somehow have the same guidelines all over Europe and the same mindset, and also to prevent that we try to duplicate everything that's already existing. So it's really about linking and inspiring each other. And at Synergio, for instance, they have a quote that every member in the future will sign, like, for me, green costs will be eligible in my fund as a first step. The next step is what that concrete actions and how does it work in every detail. But so there's a lot of talks at that institutional level on how are we aware of the role we play as funders or commissions, and do we all play that role in the same way?
For sure, collaboration is indispensable, and we know that co-production is the basis of the European business model for production. So if you don't have common ground, it can get really difficult. Any thoughts on that from the producers, especially?
I mean, yeah, that sounds like a brilliant idea. I mean, to have the common, like even taxonomy, like what do you measure, how, what's the procedure, that would make it much more easier for sure. And I think we're moving in that direction. I think.
Yeah.
I would, just to add, I'd say that even in Ireland, we have to get our ducks lined up in terms of all the funders in Ireland. I think, and I think Pat is involved in a group where the broadcasters are there and the BAI and Screen Ireland. So there is that kind of collective thinking. But even I was talking to Pat earlier about there's no consensus on what calculator to use. Some are free, some you pay for. And I think that kind of, even agreement across Europe on that kind of thing would be really, really helpful. So we're all collecting the same data and sharing that information. But you're absolutely right in what you're saying. It's a challenging thing, though, to kind of bring that collective agreement. But we need to, given
very
the
important to
seriousness.
get common tools and to have collaboration working at all possible levels. So ending on this positive note, I would like to really thank all the panelists. It was amazing to have you here. Thank you for all your brilliant input. Thank you for the audience to participate. And we are off to the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody, and you're very welcome to our second of the roundtable discussions, although I've noticed we don't actually have a table, we have a round couch instead. So it's a round couch discussions, although I think Tim will be delighted to hear that it's actually recycled or upcycled from one of our broadcasters who were throwing it in a skip, and we said, oh no, we'll have that, thank you very much. So always on the lookout for those kinds of environmental but also useful and cost neutral solutions. We're going to be looking at environmental sustainability in the education field now. And there's been a lot of talk so far today, particularly around the whole area of how do we make productions more sustainable in and of themselves. And I think one of the things we as educators need to be thinking about as well is ensuring that not only are we making our productions themselves sustainable, but also that we start to infuse sustainable issues into our productions, and that the stories we're telling are in that space, are thinking in that kind of a way. And it's really interesting when we were picking up on what Pat Brereton was saying earlier as well, in terms of how you can look at different types of films, that they don't automatically have to be about sustainable issues or environmental issues to be about sustainability. He mentioned and referenced a beautiful film which is out at the moment called Colleen Cewin, which in a lot of ways has that sort of feel of being embedded in our environment and being conscious of our environment, which is really important. So listen, we're under time pressure. We're already 45 minutes late. I was thinking maybe we could skip lunch in an environmental sustainability way, but I don't think I'd get away with that. No. So we'll plough on very quickly. There's been a lot of talk today about sustainability, environmental sustainability goals. And what are they? They're really, really important. So I'm going to introduce our first speaker. The four we have today on the couch, sorry, I should mention, are Ms. Geert from LUCA School of Arts, who works there, and she's the head of the audiovisual arts department there. And we also have Ms. Mette Jellinge, who's an assistant professor from Walle University in Denmark, who are becoming fast friends of ours here at FilmEU. Mr. Henrik Tüür, I'm getting that right, associate professor as well from Walle University in Denmark, and Dr. Ellen Lotman, sorry, she was Miss Ellen Lotman from BFM in Tallinn, an old friend. So yes, the prescription drugs are coming. So listen, we'll move straight into Geert, who'll talk to us about the environmental sustainable goals and really what they are and what they should mean to us. Thank you.
So as Ronan said, a few weeks ago I asked Barry, is anyone explaining a bit about what the SDGs really are? Because I think it's important to know, let's have a look at them together. And specifically how they are structured and what they are actually aiming to do, because it's more than a bunch of good intentions. What are they? They are, in fact, the 17 SDGs are the operational 2030 agenda of the United Nations. They're signed by all the members in 2015 in Paris after long negotiations. So if you can count, it's a 15-year agenda, and in 2022 we're halfway. That is in time and not in achievements. But we're not going to elaborate on that, so keep smiling. Most of you will know that there are 17 goals, and in fact they're divided into 169 targets or sub-goals. And this is a final selection starting from over 100 goals at the start of the negotiations. When you know then that all the member states signed this agreement, there are 193 UN members, you will realize that it's a big compromise text. It's Ban Ki-moon who said himself that at the bottom, they're integrated, they're indivisible, and they're universal. And they're deeply rooted in the human rights. For those who don't know, the Human Rights Declaration, the actual Human Rights Declaration is also a UN text. And that remains very important. The indivisible nature of the SDGs remains very important. And at the top, he said, the agenda reminds us that human rights include the right to develop for everyone, and that society is only as strong as its weakest member, also on an individual level. So it's not just a little project of the EU or some good doers. It's a big thing for the happening right now. And you probably already know or heard about the 3 Ps. You even saw this diagram. It's developed by John Elkington. It's an economist in 1997. The triple bottom line, he understood that if we were to be able to implement some sustainable thinking, we needed to talk about the money. So the triple bottom line says that you can only, you don't need, it calls upon companies to not only talk about and report about their profit, but also think about how they involve care for people and for the planet. And when those 3 factors come together, then you can talk about sustainable development. But he recently declined on his own model because he discovered that often it's abused, his model, and it becomes the Mickey Mouse model. And it's not Mickey Mouse's fault. You see what's happening, very much attention for the profit and very little for people and planet. So the SDGs are aiming, so we don't want that. Huh? The SDGs are aiming to make a stronger model on that. We don't want greenwashing. You know, you all know some examples on greenwashing. From 3 Ps, we go to 5 Ps. We add two major Ps, and the first one is peace. The second one is partnerships, and I'll come back to that in a moment. You see the diagram. You notice that profit has become prosperity, because we're not only talking about an economic model for companies, we're now talking about models that can be used by all kinds of organizations. So, and even on an individual level, so prosperity is a more appropriate term. And you see that the peace and the partnership, the 2 other Ps, are holding this model together. And we even go further to a stronger model where we state that prosperity can only exist within the boundaries, when it's not harming people, and within the boundaries of the planet. So this is more the model nowadays we use to structure the SDGs and to think about sustainable development. Some even add a 6th P, the P of pleasure, because that's also remains very important. Let's see where I am. I briefly will run through the 5 Ps, because the SDGs are really structured within those 5 Ps. You have 5 SDGs around people. And the first is the most, if there's one SDG that is the priority, it's the first one, no poverty. The first line of the declaration already states on that. We end all poverty in all its forms and everywhere. The other ones are, our lead SDG is also in this category, quality education, not only basic to higher education, but lifelong learning, zero hunger, good health, and well-being, and gender equality. These are the 5 people SDGs. The second one is planet. We have 2 SDGs on water there. The 14 is the oceans and the seas, the salt water. And there's also one on drinking water and sanitation and water management. The others are, we have the big one, climate, the carbon SDG, as they're called. Responsible consumption, recycling, but also reducing, rethinking, And the number 15 is on biodiversity and forest and desert management. You will not be surprised that there are 5 SDGs on prosperity. They are about affordable energies, decent work, and economic growth. Economic growth, remember, everyone has the right to develop, and let's globally think and make sure that everyone gets this right. The one in the middle is on innovation and resilient infrastructures. We have reduced inequality in and among countries. And also, I think an important one for us is make cities human settlements and with an inclusive and a safe environment. The last 2 ones, the 2 last P's, are peace, not flower power by the campfire, but dealing with conflicts in general, also building strong justice systems, making sure they're accessible for all, and accessible institutions at all levels for everyone. And the last one is on partnerships, and those, especially those partnerships who enable sustainable development structurally, and gaining of or organizing leverage the sources to sustainable development. So these are the 17 SDGs. As I said, it's a compromise text, and if you Google or use any other search engine the missing or criticism on the SDGs, you'll find lots of blogs and websites. Maybe someone already wondered, where is art and culture? Isn't art and culture, is that not a human right? What I think is that art in general and filmmaking, we can use the SDG 17, the partnership, we can be a very strong partner in realizing and working on the other 15 SDG goals. So no, there's no SDG particularly on art and culture, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't involve us. Because the SDGs, they're the best possible compromise we have for the moment, and to underline that, I'll quote another General Secretary, Dag Hammarskjöld, who said, "The UN was not created to take mankind to heaven, but to save humanity from hell." And that goes also for the SDGs, in fact. So, concluding, let's continue to develop students, to develop projects, and impactful projects. And we just saw some examples. We can measure the impact, the positive and the negative impact. And so when we realize projects that are generating more positive impact than negative impact, I think there lies our first step to sustainable development and sustainable education, sustainable filmmaking. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks a million, Geert. And Geert, there's a real credit to LUCA and to the efforts that they have. She's been working across multiple committees and groups and trying to implement these policies in LUCA. I'm all about flower power at the campfire, though. I'm also a child of the 70s, so I don't think we should dismiss that either, though. But yes, it's definitely part of what we should be going. We'll move on now to our next speaker, who's Mette Jellinge and also Henrik Tüür from VIA. Mette will be talking a little bit about the research and experiences and efforts they've been having in terms of to implement sustainability in education specifically at VIA University and Transmedia there in Aarhus. But I'm just going to bring up the presentation here. Go full screen. Super. Okay, great. Madta.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you for inviting us. I'm Mette, and I'm from Via Film and Transmedia in Denmark. Just to give you a short and brief on who we are, we focus on short formats and content for different kind of platforms like web series, SoMe content, commercials, arts installation, immersive stories, all sorts of things. We don't teach long formats like feature films or documentaries. We are a UNESCO educational institution, which means that we are actually obliged to integrate the 17 goals within our education. It takes 3.5 years, where students learn about storytelling, technique, and producing. They learn about it all. They're generalists, not specialists. Yeah, and our main purpose always is like, yeah, you can see we're quite a small education. We only have 30 graduates each year. But our main purpose is to always investigate new ways of producing content for all kinds of platforms, new technical approaches, new narrative forms, and new ways of financing, distributing, and so on. And adding the aspect of sustainability was just the obvious next step. Something which I naturally took on as my main research project when I started at VIA in 2019, where sustainability and the 17 goals had just started infiltrating the whole organization of VIA. Yeah, so I was invited to, we have this creative cluster within VIA, which is VIA Film and Transmedia. We have VIA Design, and we have VIA Business and Entrepreneurship. And we wanted to do an analogy on how we could incorporate the matter of sustainability within our education, within our creative education, in order to create better creative industries. So I've had 20 years of experience in this industry, and I've never heard about sustainability. So I thought, okay, what is the Danish film and television industry actually doing in terms of becoming more sustainable? And what I learned was more or less nothing. So we had the BFT launched in 2020, which is like sustainable film and television production. It provides mostly like guidelines, drink tap water, not bottled water. So it's quite simple. Luckily, it's become better since. I found that there was one master thesis written on the matter. Only 2 producers in Denmark actually have a sustainable profile, yeah, and so on. So not much. And yeah, and I asked myself, why is this? Why no one is doing anything? And I thought I have to understand this in order to come up with solutions or ways to put a focus on this. And what I realized was in my research, there's a lot of willingness actually in the industry to change. But they are quite reluctant. And they always ask me, do you know how difficult it is to produce film and television? And I'm like, yeah, I actually do. And they're like, oh, okay, so let's talk. But they're always quite reluctant. Also, and this is not different in Denmark than in other parts of the world, but it is a very traditional conservative industry with a decentralized structure. So it's always short-term projects, one budget at a time, one crew at a time, and it's very difficult to make radical changes on short-term projects. It's easier in an organization, you know, where you can continuously keep developing. Another thing is time is money. We've already touched upon the matter. And also product is always king. Process comes secondly, or thirdly, whatever. Product is king, whatever it takes. In Denmark also there were at this time no political and no financial incentive actually to inspire change. No sticks, no carrots, no nothing. And also, they didn't see themselves as an industry. They don't talk about themselves as an industry. And I would also say that politically, they don't see it as an industry because we've seen the 2015 Paris Agreement. In Denmark, there's been a lot of political, partnerships with industries about this matter, but not the creative industry, at least not in Denmark. So, yeah, quite an eye-opener. So, so even though there's a lot of willingness in Denmark, and we also have a lot of great initiatives made close by. Now we heard Tim talk about it, and no one is actually looking outside of Denmark to be inspired. So what can we do? Because despite the willingness, it just doesn't seem that they are willing to take the risk. Or they just don't have any idea where to begin. On the other hand, what I also found was that we are very fortunate as an educational institution because we work with a generation who does not even, to whom sustainability is not even a question. It's a necessity at any aspect. So it's a generation that have grown with a natural focus on sustainability. It's in their mindset. And what my research also showed was that new talents seemed more eager in terms of incorporating sustainable approaches. To them, it's actually a matter of course. Yeah, and another key point is that our education always puts process over product. Opposite the established business, we have nothing at stake actually, which allows us as an educational student, education to investigate. We can test things, we can play and learn from it, and become better. And also, at the moment, we experience an immense demand for our students, and recent report has shown us that quite a few of our students actually end up in decision-making position in the industry. Something which is essential if we want to change this industry. We need decision makers to make the change or be the lead. So what have we already experienced at VIA? Because we have not formally incorporated sustainability as a part of our education yet. We're working on it, but we have made a few initiatives. First of all, there's a whole, we experienced it just by, touching upon the matter in class and talking with the students about it, and also nudging them because we put the 17 sustainability posters all over the school. They have actually started working with sustainability. And also they have started to, all by themselves actually, to put in sustainable dogmas for the productions. And what is more important is, I think, working with this generation is that they don't see it as a creative constraint to work with sustainability. They see it as a creative possibility to actually do something different with their creativity. Which I think is very important. We have had guest lectures just to do inspirational talks and provide them with a little bit of tools. We have started a global sustainability short film alliance with other university partners where students can contribute with films with content about sustainability, and then you can have your own little local event. Sustainability event, showing films from the Alliance. We had a global co-production film project between Via Film and Capilano in Canada with students making films virtually, not ever seeing each other, and it actually worked, so it is possible. We have been collaborating with Via Design because our students have to make fashion films, and in design, A lot of designers are making more sustainable clothes, so it's obvious that our students also try to make the films more sustainable. And we have incorporated now the 17 SDGs as a focal point in the first year exam. And we have now just recently put sustainability in as a part of our curriculum. So few things have happened. Okay, I have to speed up. So what are we going to do now? I'm very inspired by Albert, actually. I want to incorporate this more formally into the education from next year, based on these 5 focus points. Talking with the students about it, but also giving them tools. In regards of social sustainability, which in Denmark is really top of mind at the moment, it's just been written into the media settlement, is the whole thing about workspace and work environment and being paid a good salary and stuff like that, having time for your family. It's very much top of mind, so we already have lectures on creative collaboration, how to facilitate it in the best way, how to, when students work together, they all creative students have a passion, and how do we manage to give space for everyone in this collaboration. We have a little bit about organizational theory, structural and how to make, because a lot of our students actually end up making their own companies. So how do you actually make an environment that is healthy and good? And also we have management. One thing is how to manage the creative outcome. Another thing is how to be a leader for other people. So that is what we are trying to do, and we have to continue our collaborations with the other educations of Riet. We have to expand our collaboration with the established industry, and we also have to look internationally, which we're doing today, on initiatives and also initiate collaborations. So that's about it. Work ahead. Yeah, so I'm gonna invite my colleague here, Henrik, to talk a little bit about masters. Yeah.
Okay, I'll just be talking for 1 or 2 minutes, but as a natural continuation of what Mette just said, we've been working on a master's degree, taking into account what we've learned about film production and sustainability. This program we would like to do as an Erasmus Mundus program, and preferably with you, your institutions. What we want to do is to create a program. It's lasts 2 years, and the first semester will be a foundational course taking place at one of 3, maybe 4, maybe 5 universities cooperating. And then on the second semester, the students will be specializing, and they will be specializing in either storytelling, technology, or producing. And they will do that on different universities which are part of FilmEU. The reason we've made these cornerstones, storytelling, technology, and producing, is because that's how we work. But it's the plan that these different courses will be virtually working together as well. The different specializations will be focusing on different things, but it will all be under the overarching focus, the 5 Ps we were presented to just a few minutes ago. The storytellers will be focusing on purpose. That's the 6 P, and they will be focusing on the possibilities and the limitations of having to think sustainable. Do we need to tell other stories? Are there stories we can't tell anymore? Or are there ways that we have to integrate into the creative process that we have to limit ourselves to things that are sustainable? when it comes to technology, we have our sights set on virtual production. We would very much like to look a lot more into the possibilities of virtual production. It's a buzzword at the moment, and the Creative Hub in Aarhus, which we're part of, have invested in a screen and in the technology. So our students on the fourth semester is working and testing virtual production at the moment. But we would love to go into it a lot more if the Erasmus Mundus Master becomes a reality. When it comes to producing, and this is really interesting, we would also like to look into the possibilities which is offered by crowdsourcing, crowdfunding, and stuff like that to engage audiences in new ways. And I think that has a lot to do with the 5 or 6 Ps as well, engaging audiences. And you can engage audiences at different levels. And we would like to use the means and tools of transmedia storytelling to do that. On the third semester of this master, there will be an internship, and on the fourth semester, they will do a production, go back together and do a production. All these are just thoughts. This is kind of ideas that we have, and I would love to get a lot more into it if some of you are interested afterwards. But these are ideas, and we would love to discuss them with you. And obviously, this is just what it looks like now. It will probably change, but this is a starting point.
Thank you, Henrik and Mette. That's a really interesting proposal, and I think I'm sure we'll be very interested in. I'm sure Manuel is back there scheming already about the next application, but there you go. We'll move on now to our final speaker, Dr. Ellen Lotman, who's a cinematographer and documentary maker, and much more than that.
Thank you. I love how you enjoy saying that I'm a doctor. I haven't had a chance to write any prescription drugs yet, so there is still a way to go. Hello, everybody. I'll try to be brief, and also I'll try to wake you up while being awake myself. I arrived to this talk about sustainability on a plane, and I need to get my karma points back. So my name is Ellen Lotman. I'm a filmmaker, mostly cinematographer, also teacher in BFM, or lecturer, or doctor. But I want to talk today about more personal aspects. I grew up in a family of biologists, so both of my parents are biologists and nature conservationists. So is my sister. My younger sister is an anthropologist who works with development aid, and my brother is a cardiologist, so everybody are ologists. But everybody, as you see, sustainability runs in the family somehow. We have to sustain ourselves. Also, in addition to being a funny childhood, because sometimes when you want to eat something and you open up the fridge, you will find the corpse of a cormorant or something, and your mom would say, "Hey, don't eat that, that's for research." So also this guilt of knowing what's going on with the nature around us, I have carried this guilt with me since I was a child. And the guilt, I would say, was so strong that the close family member at some point was having a very strong anxiety, and she went to a psychologist. And the psychologist said, "Oh, hey, that's not that bad." And then my close family member talked for an hour how bad these things actually are in nature. And the psychologist said, "Oh no, it looks really bad." So she didn't get any help there, but maybe she turned one psychologist into an environmental thinker. Anyway, so this means that these thoughts have been in my head for a very long time, but at the same time they have been compartmentalized. So I have not really for years a sense that me as a teacher have an obligation to teach these ideas to my students. But then again, and speaking here also, oftentimes when we speak as schools or representatives of schools, we speak about what we need to teach to the students. Today I feel that maybe we should speak also about what we need to learn as schools, because there is a lot of learning to do, and the younger generation is clearly light years ahead from us. So I wanted to bring up some points of possibilities to learn and what to learn. So one of the things is that who or where we can learn from. There has been a mention of small industries here already a couple of times, and small industries are something that are really good to learn from because they tend to be very frugal. They never have enough money, so they have to recycle, they have to be super conscious about any spendings. As Madis before me mentioned, the Estonian film industry has been frugal since forever, because there isn't really much to spend, so whatever you spend, you really, really think about it. Of course, the most frugalist of the frugal are the students, because student films really have very, very little budget. And since most of their budget goes to actual spend on, let's say, travel or catering, they are very, very sensitive about this. Up to the point where one of my students once said, after a casting session, he was very happy. He was a production student, and he was super happy. He said he's so happy that the director cast a specific actor because he knows that the actor has an electrical car, so it will be cheaper for him. So the sensation of that you have to take care of whatever you spend is there, which means that it is, I agree with the previous panel, it is much easier to hook this idea of sustainability to an actual decrease of spending. So if we're able to show to the world, to our students, that you are able to spend less money, then definitely the incentive will be very, very strong. And I was very inspired by one of the presentations where it's actually possible to show things with numbers. Of course, numbers, you have to be careful with numbers, especially in small industry. I had this situation where I was doing a presentation and explaining how numbers always have to have a context. This specific presentation was about diversity and inclusion in cinematography, and I showed the audience some numbers about the Estonian cinematographers' diversity. Over the course of 5 years, it looked pretty interesting. So 1 year all cinematographers male, next year 16% female cinematographers. Wow, diversity went up, and next year again 0% female cinematographers. And to give the context, I had to explain to the audience that was those years when I had some kids. Estonia is very small, so I am the only female cinematographer shooting feature. So you need to know that numbers always have a context, and there needs to be someone to talk about this context and to explain. I think this message is really, really important and poignant, that it's possible to save money by being sustainable, but how to do it and which kind of savings are actual savings and which kind of savings are more greenwashing, these need to be contextualized. Another thing where to learn from is our own students. So I learn from them every day. I go to school, I sneak in, I pretend to know more than them, and then I steal knowledge from them because I really know less than them. One of the things which has been quite interesting for me is to observe this very, very quick change over the recent generations of my students. I have this exercise that I do. Exercise is long and arduous and gets them through some confusing stages of filmmaking. It's called Jump into an Unknown Water, and they have to make a film during this, but the film is not only meant for filmmaking practice, but we also have a very deep process of debriefing after the filmmaking, and this debriefing and group discussions lead us to talking about what is needed for a good film to happen. And usually every course then ends up with these 5 key components that they feel that they carry with them. And I can say that about 10 years ago, usually one of the most important things that came out, first thing was passion. So students were always like, you have to be ready to die for it. So if you want to make good films, you really need to, the most important thing is to have passion. Some years later, what I started noticing is that they talk more about communication. So it's important that there is, that people communicate with each other. Passion is still there. It won't go away as long as film industry is like it is. So passion is the only thing that gets you through it. So I believe passion won't go away, but this idea that you need to communicate more started coming up more often. And just recently, for the first time ever, one student brought up that in catering you need to have vegan options. So I understood that this is a new generation, that passion is still there, but vegan options are almost as important than passion, which is, I think, part of being sustainable. So I come from a generation who was ready to die for movies, and sometimes for very stupid movies. So it's not that bad to actually have a mindset of other goals than just being a filmmaker. But learning from a younger generation has also led me to understand where the best bang for buck is. And where is the best bang for buck is the youngest of them all. Because think about it, when you're 6 years old, then 3 years is 50% of your life. When you're 30 years old, it's just 10% of your life. And just a small example, it's not about sustainability, it's about change and also some of those goals, but it's a direct experience from life. My older daughter, when she was, I think, 4 maybe, Estonia had a male president, Toomas Hendrik Ilves, and my older daughter, when she was 4, she once told me that when I grow up, I want to become the first lady. I was, of course, deeply exaggerated, not exaggerated. I was, yeah, that too, but but I was super surprised, and they said, you don't have to become a first lady, you can become a president. She was like, oh, okay, so that seemed like a new thought. Cut to a couple of years later, Estonia had a female president, Geert. And my friends who have 2 kids, their older girl was, I think, around 5, and boy was around 3. We're talking to each other about future plans. And the girl said, when I grow up, I want to become a president. And the younger boy says, when I grow up, I also want to become a president. And then the 5-year-old girl looks at the boy and says, boy president, weird. So you can see it was a change of 2 years. But for these people, it was almost half their lifetime. And these changes have very, very profound effects on very young. So I think, I believe that most of the film schools that we have here have a similar initiative as BFM has, which is a children's film school, this kind of film school which is meant for very young future filmmakers. And I think definitely one of the places where the most bang for buck is the youngest generation. By the time they arrive to university, their thinking is already changed in such a profound way that there is not much to teach them because they are already way, way ahead of us. So the earlier you start, the bigger the change. But I think also one of the things that is important for me as a daughter of biologists is that in order to make sure that that these ideas of sustainability would stay within the next generation in a way that the next generation is not fully separated from nature. Because this is one thing that I feel that this movement towards sustainability carries as a potential problem, is that the more we get divided from nature, the more we start getting this idea that nature is something sacred, nothing bad happens there, and free-range chicken are super unhappy compared to some wild birds, which might not be true when you think about what actually happens in wilderness. I think free-range chicken are super chilled comparing to a regular forest dove. So if we get too far away from what actually happens in nature, I think there is a tendency of starting to think these really thoughts that we feel that humans are not part of the nature and humans carry some kind of very, very deep moral burden, but we are part of nature, and our goal is to stay as part of nature, not to cluster ourselves in cities and in full virtual productions and make films about nature while the nature is just outside. And that is really important. So I believe that hand in hand with this new technology, which is really important and which has a lot of potential, these traditional ideas have to still stay. Along with, for example, teaching nature filmmaking, which is not a very common curriculum, along with teaching filmmaking as activism, as part of showing your ideas, and also filmmaking as therapy, which is part of mental health is part of the sustainable future. So I think part of it is also that sustainability is a mindset. This frugal mindset is not only to save money, but also to understand that creativity is based on the work you do in the pre-production. So pre-production is the cheapest part of filmmaking. And one of the reasons why we are really adamant about keeping the 16mm film as the first film for the students is that they really, really learn to be super frugal with the thinking. And my most favorite moment was to see on a screening where we were screening the rushes of the 16mm projects, an end slate comes in the shot and camera cuts before the slate goes, because the students were so worried about how expensive the film is that they actually couldn't wait until the slate just closed. Which means these practices also teach the students on a very, very, very direct, hands-on experience that you need to think before you push the button. Thank you very much.
Today, and with the panel, if anybody has any particular questions, please put up your hand. But I'm going to go straight to Geert, really, first of all. Whoops, daisies. And it's that question that that's sort of dancing around. We're discussing, and you mentioned, obviously, you went in depth into the sustainability goals. How does that translate into the stories that students tell? How do we, as educators, help students sort of, rather than make a documentary about the sustainability goals, how do we build that into their storytelling?
I think there are so many areas who can inspire stories, or can be a side story in film. The SDGs cover so many topics and conflicts which are most of the time part of a narrative in a film. So there's so much inspiration in just the topics of the SDGs for telling stories.
So we should actually be telling stories about poverty or about these kinds of things.
Why not?
And Meta, one of the things that struck me when I was listening to you was how important is it, almost the critical thinking is part of our education? I mean, it's an obvious thing to say, but for us to be able to tell those stories about the bigger issues or to work issues into our stories, students really need to be able to, and we need to be able to as well, sort of be critical in our thinking, be able to really analyse situations and pick things apart, I guess.
Yeah, I think what I also said was it's a generation that is very aware, but also very critic. So at least that's not my experience teaching them. So, and what you said is that we learn every day, and I think in
the debates we have about the matter, I learn every day from them, because they have another different approach to things than I have. So I think, yeah, it is. We need that as well. Mm.
If I may add, Henrik, yeah, I think also that they're ready to think in new ways when it comes to collaborating. For instance, a thing like branded content. Patagonia, the brand, they produce documentaries. And we'll see a lot more of this coming on. And early on, we kind of separated feature film or film as art and film as commerce. And I think to a lot of the students, those two things are not necessarily two separate things, but they can work together, and they can work together to get us where we want or need to go if the planet's going to stay.
Indeed. Have we any questions from the floor, very quickly?
They're getting hungry.
I have a small suggestion.
Please, yeah.
We could reduce our energy level of this conference by putting a little bit the degrees of the airco up. It will also increase the well-being of some people. I'm freezing here.
We'll have to have a look at that. I mean, yeah, I'll definitely look at that. Lastly, I mean, Ellen, you mentioned a lot about learning from students. I mean, it's something, I mean, does that translate necessarily into the stories that they want to tell? I mean, you mentioned the pilot and our own experience of that before, that that had a real impact in terms of the kind of the working bigger issues into their storytelling.
Mm-hmm. The model that we use in film arts curriculum in BFM is something which is similar to Danish film schools' scaffolding model, which means that we generally give them less directions about what they should be doing and more about how, and try to build these kind of scaffoldings where they can find the stories that talk to them. And the first films that they do have to come from their own lives or their own, what they care about. And I'm a strong believer in this. When I talk to my students, I think they feel this much more than we do. We think like, yeah, sure, the planet is not so, but I'll be dead by the time. Well, my kids won't be dead by the time 2050 happens, and we know what happens with water levels by 2050. They will be my age, so for them it's a question of life and death. It's not the question of showing nice slides on a conference. So I think they sense it much more than we do. And what school can do is just to be open about it and give them the space to tell these stories and to talk about these issues, and that it can grow from them. It's very hard for students, I feel, when we give them some kind of, okay, so here is a trendy topic, make a film about this, very trendy and super important and very potentially contentious topic. Then they get scared. But if we allow them to talk about these issues in a way that they sense it every day, I think they are going to change the world. That's why they came to the film school, obviously.
And Henrik, just if you probably want to come in on that, but even in context of your own masters that you're planning, how do we do this in a way that that gives hope in what often can feel like, I mean, even recently at the weekend, you know, there was reports
very
coming
much
out
in
about
line with
how behind the curve we are.
Yeah, but very much in line with what you just said, and I think you mentioned the 6 P, pleasure. It has to be entertaining. And I think telling entertaining stories, giving pleasure to people, you can tell them about serious stuff. That's what genre movies have been doing for the last 100 years. So I think that's definitely possible, to remember that this is going to be entertaining. It should give people pleasure, but we could talk about important stuff along the way.
Well, on that note, I'm going to leave it there and we'll move on to our next panel. Thank you very much to Geert Vickers, Mette Jellinge, Henrik, Tüür and Ellen Altman.
they're starting.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're here to present the Student Voice panel for this FilmEU conference. I know everybody is hungry and I know everybody can't wait to go to lunch, but please bear with us. This is the last panel of the day. So let's give the students and everyone a bit of chance to talk about sustainability. And we're going to start with Lucas. A bit, if you can introduce yourself, and I think this goes for everybody. If you can introduce yourself, say a little bit about your background, and talk about your experience in your university regarding sustainability.
Right. Okay, hi, I'm Lucas. I'm from LUCA, School of Arts in Belgium. I'm a second-year film student, and I'm here because I had the beautiful opportunity to be the DP on High Entropy, one of the pilots. And in my experience, in the 2 years I've been in the Film Academy, in terms of lighting, because as a DP you work with lots of lighting, they invest a lot in LED, so that's a more sustainable way of working with lighting. They don't use that much energy as the usual tungsten ones. The lesser use of paper, like all our courses, all our books are in PDF, so we just get it online in a database, and we get them by that. It's your decision to print them, of course, but. And as a student, you always work on low-budget films. I often work on low-budget films, so carpooling is a big thing. Because not everyone has a car, and especially at my age, hopefully I will once have a car, but not yet. And yeah, it's just, I mean, catering-wise, just cook for everyone. It's always those small things, and because with catering, you try to label all your bottles, fill it with tap water if possible. Just all those small things will make us help in the grander scheme. So yeah, that's about it, I guess.
Nice.
Can go, Anastasia.
Okay, I can go next. My name is Anastasia Maximchuk. I'm from Lusófona University, Portugal, Lisbon. And I'm doing my PhD there at this point. And basically, now that I listen to the talks about sustainability here, and I think about how I started my BA in 2008. It's been a lot. And back then, the whole discussion even wasn't even, and it was back in Ukraine because I'm from Ukraine. So the discussion that was back then, and discussion that we're having right now today, I think it's completely two different discussions, and it's really good because we're evolving to think about it and to talk about it. And of course, yes, tap water, and it's really great when you live in a country when you can drink water from the tap. It's really good. Otherwise, it's not sustainable, because you will not be able to last for a week of a shoot on the tap water if you are coming from certain places. So it really depends on, I think, a lot on where you are and how, where your country is even. But this is a different question. This is already a question of how we can improve one things being in Central Europe or Western Europe, but we have to start from the very different things. If we're in countries like Ukraine, if we are in Middle East, we would have to talk about sustainability in a very different way. And it doesn't mean we shouldn't. We should, but there will be very different problems to start with and to solve. So yeah, there's that. Also, I actually wanted to mention and maybe discuss, because this is a very interesting problem, I think. It is the media footprint as a part of maybe media sustainability. It is the this omnipresence of media, because I mean, a few years ago I went to Louvre and I tried to see Mona Lisa, and I didn't see it because I see the people who are making selfies with Mona Lisa. And a week ago, I went to like a trip with my family to see the beautiful caves in the south of Portugal. They're beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I didn't see the beautiful caves because I saw people above me trying to film the beautiful caves. And then just the other day, I was trying to go to the gym, because I needed to unwind my mind from the media and from the whole war situation going on there. And my gym has like beautiful view, like it's has glass walls and beautiful view to the park. But I didn't see the park because I see the screens with the TVs who were showing me Mariupol and Kiev and Ukraine and the war and everything. So I think this kind of also is a really interesting point for discussion. Maybe we can also talk about that. So I'm just dropping things there. I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it makes a lot of sense, especially if we're talking about sustainability and also talking about peace. I think that is completely on one of the topics. So we can also contribute a bit.
Yes. So my name's Aoife and I study here in IADT. I'm a music production student. I suppose listening to all the talks, I have a different background. I come from sound and music and I grew up playing instruments. So this year I actually had my first kind of taste of sustainability in music when I did a research project on the environmental impact of streaming music versus vinyl as a physical product. I work part-time in a pressing plant. I actually make records. I see them being made and I see what goes into the process. And kind of looking into that compared to streaming, which is, I mean, it's everywhere. Like you were saying, the media, you can't beat it in terms of affordability. It's not going anywhere and it shouldn't. But at the same time, there's streaming companies don't have any responsibility to be environmentally conscious. And we're at a point now that streaming is far worse for the environment than any physical form of music has ever been. Compared to the production of records in the 70s, when sustainability obviously wasn't a word, it's a completely different process to make records nowadays. But streaming music now has a far higher carbon footprint than records did in the 70s, which is kind of a bit scary when you think about it like that. And you look at physical formats, you can see the waste. And so companies, it's in their best interest to be sustainable, to recycle vinyl. Just last week, I was in work and 4 of the presses were running on completely recycled vinyl. So the excess vinyl that gets trimmed off, we can reuse that on site. We can regrind it and we can use it. So there's so many reasons to do that. It's if you were going to throw it in landfill, you might as well be throwing money out, as well as it's going into landfill, it can't biodegrade, it could take up to 1,000 years and be really harmful. There's so many reasons other than the planet, if that's not a good enough reason for you. But in terms of streaming, there is no incentives. Companies like Spotify, they've started recently releasing sustainability reports, and actually one of them I looked into for my project said that they cut down 42% of their carbon emissions since 2017. This was in 2020 actually. They said they cut down 42% of their carbon emissions, which sounds great. But when you look into it further, what they actually did, the data centers that are used to power streaming sites, what they actually did was they closed down, they had their own data centers to power the sites. They closed down their a certain amount of their centers, and then they outsourced it to Google Cloud. So they now use Google's data centers, a lot of them which are here in Ireland, a very small country. And it's hard to kind of track how much of Europe's Spotify is being generated here. But it's something worth kind of thinking and considering, especially with the rising costs of energy. But just something like that, they've outsourced their energy and they can now say it's like the ultimate greenwashing, say that they've cut down 42% of their carbon emissions. But when you look into it deeper, it's not that clear. And I mean, there's no rules, there's no laws. The government don't really have any regulations. And that's where it comes down to. It's not really down to the consumer or as a student, I suppose in sound, walking into a recording studio, what's the carbon footprint of this track we're going to record? We don't know yet. We haven't calculated it. So from a student point of view and education point of view, it's important to have a way to calculate that so we can develop like a new way to do it, a new project, a new challenge of doing our projects sustainably.
Yeah, thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm trying to conclude this brief introduction. My name is Leonard. I'm from Tallinn, BFM, Baltic Film Media and Arts School, and listening my future fellow colleagues and students, I got the idea, or the idea struck me that making a student film or a student project is a huge circle. We are all the time making mistakes and learning again, and especially in environmental issues or environmental topics also. So I had a parallel. I'm trying to draw a line between building a set on a studio and making a film there. It looks like, to me, it's like a circular economy kind of thing. You are thinking about building a set from scratch. First of all, measuring everything, thinking what plans or what shoots are you going to take in there, and how it should be built up, what materials you use, what kind of paint you use. Is it the water-based paint? Is it the enough, like it's environmentally safe? And you collect those materials. Afterwards, you're building the set gets ready, you're going to shoot there, you're shooting, the shooting period is over, and then you will take it apart and reuse it again. So I think I'm really amazed to hear today all the wonderful speakers who spoke before mentioned quite many times that in environmental topic, students are the voices who can lead the change or give some new perspective. So I hope we are trying to do that with this discussion.
I think speaking also a bit about the entire, we've had many fronts here, like more about the practical side and also thinking about coming from outside of Europe itself as well, and also about technology, which is something that is very important, the impact of technology in the carbon footprint of the world. But I think also one thing that is very important then for our discussion, kind of unites it, is, do you think this can be a question for each one of you to answer, but what do you think about the online classes, the impact of online classes, if you think it's something that could bring something good for the sustainability, or if meeting in person is really fundamental for also filmmaking? And also, this also regards to the fact of being from outside of Europe and also having access to opportunities that can also come in here, to here somehow. So it's a question that goes, anybody who wants to answer first.
Good question.
Yeah?
I can start. I see it, we are standing in a really difficult situation, whether to choose online or choose meet in person. Of course, being a filmmaker and starting production, I feel like meeting in person and speaking with friends and students and teachers, it's more effective to meet in person. Yeah. But it's difficult to find this balance between online and in person. So the new hybrid age we are in at the moment is quite challenging, but we should take this challenge and somehow solve it. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it can really be a question of one or the other. Yeah. Are we going to move to like one completely? Like over the pandemic, I did some online courses, like outside of my college work. A lot of kind of women in music and women in tech courses, and I did months long of music production courses with people from all over the world, which is like opportunities I wouldn't have gotten in college, and learning from women, which we don't really have in college. We don't see so many guest speakers and seeing so many women do every job you could imagine that you don't even know exists. It's completely different. Like it's just like changed my outlook and kind of my confidence. And I think from that point of view, like with virtual learning, there's so much potential to do that alone and to reach people in like every corner of the world if they have the access. So there's so many benefits to it, but also you're taking a lot away from what it's like to actually have the experience of interacting with people and meeting with people and getting that opportunity. And as well, it's not something I know anything about, but going back to like looking into streaming, it's like the absence of a physical product. You think that's better for the environment, that'll be more sustainable, but in the long run, it actually isn't. It's the opposite. So in terms of virtual learning, what is the kind of carbon footprint of that, or the CO2 emissions more from using, you know, internet access, from downloading and kind of streaming, whatever you need to do, is the long run, is it actually going to be the opposite, have more kind of harmful effect? I don't think it's something we know that much about yet either.
Yeah, I agree with these points, because it is definitely about the balance, because I think the years of pandemic showed us both good and bad sides of online learning, because yes, there are great things that you can access. Let's say professors, they do not have to be necessarily mentors or professors from your university because they are here physically. You can access someone who is on the other side of the planet. On the other hand, from my experience at least, I think something that we do not usually put much value to, and something that we take for granted, is that peer communication, you know? Just being in the group, listening, watching into the same direction and listening to the same person, and then being able to just go out, grab a coffee and discuss what you've heard, but also the problems that you're having with your research, let's say. And, you know, this informal communication even is something that we do take for granted in the universities, but we should not. And that is why it seems like classes were there during the pandemic, and we had all our Zoom schedule full, but for some reason there was something missing. I was feeling that way a lot, and then in the end of the day I thought, I never went for beer with my classmates, ever. During this pandemic year. And I think, you know, also creatively, when you work on creative projects, go into an exhibition, go into a screening, yes, you can do that online, but maybe you can also meet people and communicate with people. And maybe we can also completely futurize these processes and do those things also online, but maybe we have to think how to do those things online and how to include informal communication, or just, peer communication into our online education lives.
Yeah, I feel like with the whole online situation now, we've been there for a long time now, a lot of online classes. It comes with a sort of loneliness in a way, like you can't see your friends and you have to stay there, and it's just, yeah, it can get really exhausting. Even though you're just sitting at a desk and watching the screen, it's the same every day. You don't leave the house, and that connection with people in real life, like talking about stuff and having a laugh and just being outside itself, it's just so important. So indeed, the balance, it's really great. But it brought some great opportunities with this. Now, all the online meetings, and it's the positive side of it has come to the surface. Like, it's really useful to sometimes just, instead of coming all together and taking a bus or driving lots of kilometers to be at a campus, you can just have a quick meeting in Zoom. But yeah, I mean, to keep it at the balance, it's still important to see each other and just experience stuff in real life, like exhibitions. Okay, it's nice to open up a computer and maybe do a virtual walk, but you can't recreate the physical experience being there. It's something else, standing in front of a painting, sitting in a cinema, and experience it like it's, in its pure essence in a way.
Yeah, we have spoken a lot about environmental sustainability, but also social sustainability.
Yes.
My mental health, for example, or your how you're interacting with a strange person, or how is your communication skills and overall skills for life developing. Those can develop on my mind only with interacting in person.
I think also something very important is that we all come from areas that deal with media somehow, and I think it's something that is very important, is that it is very important to bring people together to actually do something, even creating music, be it on a film set. It's important to have that physical aspect to it, so one thing can't be in favor, and like one thing can't come at the expense of the other. And also, speaking about carbon footprint and thinking about mobility, about everybody coming together, we also need to acknowledge that being students and part of an institution and sharing knowledge, we are not tourists exactly when we come to a different country. So it's also in a matters of being, of talking about, for example, I saw that here in Dublin you had the problem of the airports being completely full, but like it's like we're coming here for work, we're coming here to study, so there's also that aspect to it. And also going into this matter of mobility, I would also like to ask each one of you is how you feel like your university supported you or supported any of these sustainable issues, like for example mental health, for example like coming from a different country to come to study, so it's something that I'd like to ask also.
Yeah, as I know now, they really want to bring in the checklist, like with the CO2 calculator and all the stuff you need to make your the workspace sustainable in a way. So they will implement it in our curriculum, I've heard. So we just get aware from like a pretty young age, or I mean, all ages can come into campus, but from like the first year or second year or third year, just so you get the awareness and so you can grow. And when you get out of school, then you have this background and you know what you're talking about. You can implement it into the existing world. And yeah, I mean, I guess that's just the most important one, factor, just getting the awareness there, talk about it, think about it, so it can become like a standard in a way. And we can only start running if we learn how to tie our shoe. You know, let's tie our shoes and then start walking and start running towards a sustainable world. So, yeah.
That's a cool quote. So regarding the mobility issue, I think we're coming from the same university, so yeah, we can actually discuss that. But yeah, I think, well, the fact that FilmEU was built around mobility. It's built around connection, communication, and Keynote is the master programs that we did also. They are all about bringing the new people, new talents. And I was always thinking, why are they doing it? Why do you need that? Why are you inviting me to come to your country and you're paying scholarship to me? Why are you doing that? But then, yeah, I guess it's really a great, maybe our talents can benefit to, you know, and then cultural enrichment of different countries. And I think, I don't know, I don't have many universities others to compare, but I think Lusófona does a lot of things, a lot of cool things about that. And I mean, the consortiums, right? Mm-hmm. What do you think?
I agree. I think Lusófona is a very supportive university to their international students, and I think it's a great opportunity to be here in the FilmEU as well. I think I have no complaints about that.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I don't know if I have too much to add in the mobility sense. But just as well, it's interesting to think like you can travel for college. It can be a part of your studies, but also there's a lot of initiatives out there to kind of, I mean, it's very basic, to offset your carbon footprint. Kind of looking into colleges getting involved in those things, whether it's planting trees in very specific environments that actually will, from a sustainability point of view, have an impact. Kind of, it would be nice to see colleges kind of say, this is what we do, but this is how we're going to offset it in ways that you can't really avoid. We can't really avoid the damage. It would be nice to see kind of initiatives to say, this is what we're looking into, this is how we're going to support this thing or this thing, to kind of counteract that one bad thing that we can't avoid.
Yeah, maybe just to give Estonian input to that. We are quite small industry in a film industry. So all the students who are learning at BFM, they are moving on really quickly straight to the work, straight to the industry. And I was thinking just today in the morning that are students is the traveling still sexy? Is the traveling to another country and meeting different persons still a thing? Or they just want to go to have a really good working experience, I don't know, in some equipment rental or on a film set, or I don't know, in a theater or whatnot, and it's quite hard to difficult to get an answer to it, because I would really love to see the world and meet with other people, and in especially while being in Estonia, where the industry is quite small, you don't have so much interactions with different people from foreign countries. So I think the mobility is a key somehow. But still, we need to solve the problem of motivation. How students get the motivation to travel and go to Erasmus, or find the time, especially find the time and free space during the studies.
Yeah, I think it's a very important question as well, how to find the motivation. I think always having a reason to have this exchange is very important, and I think filmmaking or even working with music is something that can work in that aspect. And now I think I would like to ask, I think one final question, so we can also move on to questions from the audience. What do you think that your university or your role, how can you do more maybe for sustainability in the future?
I was just now thinking about how usually in the industry, in any industry, not just in film industry, we think about, when we think about economic, we think about financially economic ways of, so do we travel or not? We do not because it's more expensive. Do we build the huge set or not? We don't because it's more expensive. Let's go to relocation or do something. So basically producing is centered around money quite a lot, or at least it used to be. And everything, all the effort is, of course, it's channeled to artistic result, but also the effort is channeled to how to minimize expenses within the money. So I think what we can do is we can think about our about sustainability as currency, basically. So instead of thinking, do we spend more money, we can think, do we spend more CO2? And I think this is something that's happening already. We start thinking about not wasting too much, not just money, but too much of a planet itself, I think. And I think it's really in your mind, and it's not about work only, it's a lifestyle. And it starts from each person.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're going to have to get used to it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be just in general part of pre-production, just in general, you need to get everything there and you need to get everything organized. But sustainability is just going to be part of that, and you have to take it in there and just try to do your best. I mean, you can step by step, but if you just build that up and you start realizing how easy it sometimes can be to be sustainable, and then just try to go even further, and just it's a step-by-step process. So yeah, just try your best, and then once eventually it will probably fall into place. But yeah, it's a long way.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting in terms of music, I think, for me. When I think about it, it's not as kind of clear-cut of seeing, a team of people and how they're going to travel, and seeing that as a part of sustainability and food and sets. For me, it's a little bit more, it's not as clear. And I suppose that's because we don't really know the effects of everything. I suppose now in a very digital world, you go into the studio and you might go in with an artist and they think, they can do 40 takes and they'll just keep trying until they feel like they have it. Whereas, before you'd have to go in prepared and you'd get it done on tape. There wasn't really the privilege of keep going and going. And those kind of things, I suppose, when you're in the studio and you think you have all the time in the world, what's the energy usage? I don't really know if that's been tracked or calculated, if we could, but those things, I think we need to know what actually is the effects, how much energy we're using before we can kind of think, before we have a strategy to kind of combat that.
Yeah, I think it's really important to note that we have started the process, and somehow we have the roads are in our hands, and we are ready to control this process. So we hope we do that, and every university should, or the institution should think that what are those really small steps we can all do, like whether is it controlling your carpooling or transportation costs or other costs that production needs to have, whether it's locations or even, I don't know, planting trees, for example. So let's do that. Let's everyone go home and plant a tree. Not a slogan, not as a slogan, but just to think about that. We all do know that the filmmaking is really not environmentally so friendly. And we already have those calculators and solutions and Excels to help us. And let's use those. Let's use those calculators and different applications to make a sustainable films, sustainable student film.
And I guess it's for everyone, just when you take the steps, so that everyone sees the result. Because if you implement like small steps and you just you do it and you usually don't know what difference it makes. But if you can, like with driving, you can then with the carpooling you can see how much money you saved. Then you can start and see the difference, and you can start trusting in the process of changing it up. And so results for everyone, like everyone involved, like they told us, it's not about one person, it's about everyone. So
I think it would be a nice incentive to maybe have workshops, some more workshops about sustainability and how to be more sustainable in the film set, or maybe something related to like the recycling. I know some of the speakers today talked about recycling and how many bins you have to recycle. I think having also this type of training inside the film schools would also be like, or media, even in media, like would be very much helpful to taking these steps.
Yeah, and please more and more, let's try to put the sustainable lifestyle into the curriculum.
Yes.
So they are together.
Workshops, because like you just said, like workshops would be ideal, you know, to start and be available for everybody.
Another note is, I think, important because I hope you can agree, and maybe you also felt that the amount of pressure that you as a student have when you're making your film is insane, and the amount of pressure to make perfect product by all means possible. And this is something that many universities, I think, try to teach you. And creative arts are all about making a perfect piece. But maybe, you know, we can also think about how do we balance it with sustainability, with mental health. That one is suffering a lot sometimes. With, work-life balance, with not making quantity over quality of the content. And maybe we do not have to make a perfect film by all means possible. Maybe there is something that, you know, we can rethink it a little bit.
Something very important in the role of sustainability for mental health, also for the universities to also take notice, I think, is the part of international students especially. I know I keep coming back to this, this topic, but is a support for the immigration process and the visa process. I think this is something that sometimes is very much overlooked in many universities. I know that Lusófona, for example, gives the entire support for their international students. They have a great team behind it, but sometimes it's not the case. So being FilmEU, being a mobility program, I think this is a very important aspect that cannot go forgotten. Yeah. So any questions from anybody?
I have two comments or questions. If you want, you can pick up on those. One thing is, I think, in order for sustainability to move forward in the next generation, it's really important that it should be cool. because the same thing could be also considered as cheap. So if a producer says, let's do carpooling, it's very easy to be, okay, we have a cheap producer, they don't want to spend money. So it's important that there is an understanding that this is for not for the producer to get some more money in the pocket, but this is a common goal. When I grew up in a post-Soviet country, then second-hand stores were super embarrassing. So you went there in the darkness and hid it. But nowadays it's okay to it's cool to buy clothes as second-hand. So I think it's important that the understanding also is within the filmmaking process, that the fact that we recycle the set props, or that we recycle something, or carpooling or whatever, that this is considered as a joint responsibility, and it only comes from the fact that people feel that it's cool to do it, not embarrassing, or not like, oh shit, we're such a cheap school. In rich schools they can afford new stuff, but we have to recycle. One thing, and another thing is about communication. I think it's something that it's very nice that you mentioned streaming, because actually one of the topics that is not very often tackled is that how huge is the carbon footprint of spam emails. On a yearly basis, the spam emails total 33 billion kilowatt hours, which is the same amount as 3.1 million passenger cars. Is just spam emails. So one way to do a bit less of, yeah, I got your email, is to talk through a certain production rules, that if an email is sent out with the call sheets, then everybody don't have to send back, yeah, I got this email, but there are some kind of agreements that people do physically within the room, which lessens the amount of any kind of emailing, any kind of messaging, any kind of paperwork. And these are some very simple common ground rules that can be talked through. And filmmaking structure is quite a hierarchical structure, so it's easy to implement these agreements at the beginning of the production, so that you don't have to send 10 emails to just or messages to just decide on one topic. Just some ideas.
Anybody has some comments?
Hi guys. Thanks a million for all of this. The one question I had that kind of stems from some of the discussions earlier, which I hadn't really thought about so much, was in terms of storytelling and your storytellers and the stories that you will tell. Do you think you have a responsibility to, not necessarily to preach, but to kind of show better practice in terms of the films that you make and the image that you show? I mean, I'm thinking back to when people used to smoke in movies and they were all really, really cool. And then I had like pretend cigarettes, and then I turned into a 30 a day smoker. Like that we do what we see. And so, yeah, I'm just interested in your thoughts on that.
That's such a cool theme to discuss, because exactly there's a balance between not falling into being a preacher, but also understanding that your stories matter, and the stories that you tell will influence. And this is precisely why we tell stories. I'm interested in documentary, and the topics that you choose are, you choose them consciously because you might want to change something. So it is definitely about the themes, it's definitely about the, yeah, exactly, not only how, which generator we use, but also what is the actor doing. It's absolutely that, yeah.
Yeah, I have an example from last summer. I was on a full feature film set during the shooting period, and there was the smokers' corner and the non-smokers' corner, and you were able to see the difference between two generations, between old generations of filmmaker and between new generation of filmmakers, and it was drastic. It was like cut from the half, and I thought like, wow, something is really changing. I don't know what it is, but something is changing. So yeah, just an example.
You just called me old, but okay.
I mean, it sums it up, actually. Like what you said, feel the same. It's, yeah, I don't really have to add anything, so.
Yeah. So I think.
Yeah, it's what people want to see as well. I mean, well, I guess young people who are like anxious about the environment. They don't want to see, you know, movies about, I guess, old ways of doing things, or things look wasteful, and I don't know. I guess it's just what people want to see.
And we have a responsibility to tell some kind of stories, and
Yeah.
to tell like those stories that we don't speak about so much. Whether is it the same mental health problems, or we haven't seen it at the moment in our TV industry, for example. Like there are some new TV series that tackle these issues. So we have this responsibility regarding the crimes that Russia is committing in Ukraine at the moment. That's our responsibility to speak about it one day.
And also to take some action also, because I know that that this year, due to the conflict, Keynote, which is a master's program that we came from, they also opened plenty of opportunities for Ukrainians. So I think that's also like something important, that it should always be done and should always be taken into consideration, right?
I think the very separate topic is how actually war impacts an environment. This is just not even imaginable. It's not, yeah. But it's very sad, and it needs another very, very big round table.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I have a question there.
One last question, I guess. David.
Thank you. One more thing I'd like to suggest.
David, give him time to mix it up.
Hello. Hello. I'll just say it very loudly. One more thing that I'd like to suggest to the students is that you join with faculty to lobby your universities to green the energy supply at the universities. Because when we're talking about streaming and storage and keeping everything running 24/7, which is happening so much, especially in post-production, we really need to green the energy supplies. And I know in some countries it's a little easier to do that than in others. But the biggest concern over the electricity out of the wall is what is the source of that electricity. So I think that students hold a lot of power to be able to lobby these things, and to be able to raise awareness, and to be able to create a crowd on a campus who's demanding something. So I'd like to encourage students to do that, and I'd like to encourage faculty and administration to hear. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Guys, thank you so much. It was really interesting. I don't want to be patronizing, but I think back to when I was a student and I would have crumbled on the stage there, and you did so well and had some really interesting things to say and things that we need to listen to. But also I think we need to work together, as David was saying, and to put pressure on sometimes. Put pressure on us, and then help us put pressure on other people too. I'd like to thank everybody who's spoken this morning and this afternoon. We did go on a little bit late. Everybody's really hungry. Everybody's a bit freezing in here as well. We're going to try and work on that over the break. This afternoon we're going to go into a closed session and do some of our work package meetings. Tomorrow we'll be in a different venue. So we'll be doing an OB, I'd say, broadcast with a different crew. So before we go, I wanted to do a special thanks to the television crew who are working here for the last 2 days with us. We put them through hell. They didn't expect anything. They were given no rehearsal, and but they learnt a lot, I suspect. So yeah, absolutely. And I really want to thank the staff up there, the saviours of it. So Dave Cooper, Tony McGuinness, Marc Bailey, Lance Hogan, Steve O'Reilly, and all the gang in the National Film School. We will be calling on them again before the end, and there will be another team of students down with us tomorrow. What I wanted to just say to everybody while I have you here, we're working this afternoon in work package meetings. Tomorrow morning we are all down in the Lexicon in Dunleary, so don't get the bus from Dunleary up to IADT, stay where you are. And those of you who are joining in online, it will be in the afternoon, so 2 p.m. as far as I can remember, or somebody shout to me if that's wrong. We're going to say goodbye to you now, and we'll say goodbye with a recap of, it's a bit like the Eurovision Song Contest, and I managed to get the Eurovision Song Contest in. We have a recap of yesterday. You can vote with, no, don't vote with the numbers on the screen. Okay, thanks so much.